Hello there. No facecam this evening. It's just a Sunday stream, and we're going to be working on finishing up the housing system that I had started over the weekend. I really want to get this finished before Monday. I want to post it up on LinkedIn and I want to share it with my peers. I think it's a really cool little piece that I've been working on towards this project. I want to post it up on my TikTok. This is something that I'm working on as low-key game dev, and I'm streaming on the UX is Fine channel because it relates to a lot of the work that we do over here. I think it's a good representation of rapid prototyping UI UX. So I'm going to be just having a chill stream. I'll be here answering chat, and I'm just going to play this music by Dusk. I actually caught them playing WoW on stream the other day and talked to them about how I've been playing their music a lot, and people have started recognizing, like, yeah, oh, we're getting to the point where the playlist is getting to the end. It's been an hour. It's time to, like, refocus and reevaluate where we're at. And then I'll play the next playlist. And he said, oh, you can play any of my stuff, by the way. Like, I've turned off the copyright on all of them. So I went ahead and I bought his entire discography and gave him like $100 in tips, and then bought like some merch that he had because I really love this music and the vibe that the person has is just great. And it turns out that this entire thing has a story, so I'm looking forward to listening through the actual discography and hearing about the story. It's essentially like something about AI, sort of just this interesting look into this AI thing. So let's get started. Welcome to my memories. Okay, so I should turn the music on so you can hear it, I suppose. I'm going to show you a little bit of what I've been up to. So got some new icons down here that I haven't finished implementing yet. So those are ready to go. Got this new grid material that works on like a sphere basis, if you get me. So it's like world aligned grid, but it's it's drawn in a different way, and then when it's red, the whole grid goes red. So that's obviously based on the original. And then there are some cases that I need to solve for when the grid actually disappears right now. So right here we don't have a grid at all. So I need to solve that. I also want to get it so that these assets can have different sized grids on them. And I also want to get it so that the custom stencil is stenciling out the asset itself from that material, because at the moment it's projecting onto the asset that we're placing, and that looks a little bit strange. So I'm just going to click R on these and get rid of them. Okay, let's just make sure that the save data is still working there. So let's just click this, put it down, jump back in game. Yeah, so we still have the save data and the sort of like stacking mechanics and our character. So that's kind of where we were at last time. A couple of other things that I've iterated on. Just, I haven't finished this yet, but I've moved a few of the components around, but we have the placement component. And in this placement component, originally I just had these loose transactions about the housing mode. And so now I've gone for like a state machine. But instead of a state machine that uses an enum, we're using a gameplay tag for the state machine. And then we're going to be switching between the housing modes to control the outcome of those modes. And then I'm just going to turn the music up on stream and then turn it down for myself here, so it's a little bit more like backing music. There we go. Okay, so just going to save everything. So yeah, the idea is I've created the different IMCs. So we have our base input mapping context when we enter housing editing, and that hosts our main controls, our mouse wheels, our placement move left. And this should technically have our placement move right in it, as far as I know. I don't know why it's not in there. IA move right. IA placement right mouse button. So we've got the R key here, the control key here, and the right mouse button here. I don't know why that wasn't there. Anyway, and then we remove all of the mapping contexts that we've created. So moving, placing, rotating, scaling. And then we have this final one here that's just whether removing the mapping context or add the mapping context for the housing. In here, we have this housing mode. If the housing mode is none, then we go here. I actually want to convert this to a little function that I'm going to use in other places. Is housing mode active? Like just the generic state is housing mode active, and we're going to change this to not equal to housing mode none. And the idea of that system, that gameplay tag based system, is I can listen to the gameplay tag changing in other UI and graphic visual effects areas, and I can go and actually apply that in the game. I'm just going to show my camera here. I think may as well. Let's get the camera on. Circle cam. You can see me like hyper relaxing over here at the moment. Deactivate, activate. Hey, so I'm basically lying down in my chair right now. So I'm just going to go and configure my video and move it around a little bit. Just move it over here. Can I tilt it? I can't tilt it. Let me move the camera. No, that's the wrong way. Oops, I've just moved my entire monitor. I keep looking up at the camera because I'm so used to doing the regular streams that when I look up now, I'm like, I'm not talking to anybody. So yeah, bear with me while I chill, lie back, and we're gonna try and finish the rest of the content for this housing plugin. And bear with me while I sort out my setup, because I wasn't planning on a face streaming today, but hey, here we are. We'll do a little bit of a zoom in. Whoa. Get my beard. Nice and cozy in my jacket right now. Got this cool jacket lately and I've just been wearing it all the time. Alright, so we've got to get cracking on this sort of like better way to handle our states, and to start that off, we've got the housing mode active here. Housing mode none. Is the housing mode active? So that does. It's a little pure function. We've got the housing mode active here. Okay, so if the housing mode is active, then we should add the context, and otherwise we should remove it. So let's move that over. And then where are we going next from here? We should get our states started over here. I'm just going to move this up and out the way. Regain some graph real estate by just organizing this a little bit differently. Move this down. Okay. So then you've got this placement mode enabled here. So that is just our trace logic. And I'm going to start renaming the functions to handle this a little bit better as well. So we don't need this now. Set placement trace enabled, we'll say. And in fact, if we check out the tick here, we've got like an update actor location, and in here we're just saying if there is a housing actor, then we'll move forward, and that's fine. It's saying that we don't need to trace unless we have a housing actor, and then in the times where we click, we're doing a trace either way, so that won't matter. So that should be fine. Let's just get one part of our new housing mode stuff set up. So trace enabled, actually not required. Just going to get rid of it. State none is never going to do anything. State placement here, that is going to do something. I could make explicit functions for just entering each mode, I suppose. So here I could just go enter placement mode, enter movement mode. My problem with doing that is now there are these functions that suggest that you can just call them, but you can't unless you disable everything else. In which case you could just move this into a function that's just like update inputs and put that in each of these functions. So you don't even have a sequencer here, you just go straight into your switch, call any one of these at any time, and it will change you straight to it. But then that also suggests that you can just skip changing the housing mode via the gameplay tag, because you're just calling these functions, right? So, I mean, another thing what we could do, I guess, is instead of setting housing mode, you just say set mode to something, and then that just changes the gameplay tag, triggers the event. So you would still call set housing mode. I don't want any circular sort of logic. So what I was planning on doing was just putting all the logic in here as a chunk. And just saying, no, there is no set this mode, set that mode. If you want to change mode, you have to use sort of like this state. It's going to do its job. So we'll go with that logic. That's where I started. And that's where I want to continue going. Just trying to reevaluate that I'm going in the right direction as I go. So let's start off with, well, let's hit play first and we'll see what happens. If I click this actor, I can move it around. I can't click to drop it. So let's see how that is working right now. If I click on an actor, and I think that is, if you mouse left, you search for an actor. So let's move this up to our other input. In fact, let's make a new graph that's inputs. Whoops. Inputs here. And this is just the left mouse inputs. LMB. LKFM, apparently. LMB. Okay. So this is just whenever we click. And so one thing that we would want in here is, this is fine to execute as long as housing mode is active. In fact, if housing mode is active, we're going to be triggering this one. So we might not need this one anymore. Because by default let's make sure that we go from none to housing mode. And one of the things that will happen along with that is our UI will update. So this UI down here won't show if we're not in the housing mode. That's the first thing I want to get started, and then I don't need is housing mode because this input is only available if you're in housing mode, so that saves us. We're kind of defining the flow through what's available by inputs and what's available on the screen, the state you're in, rather than having all these booleans everywhere to manage it. I don't like going that way, and that's where it was going when I was 7-8 hours into a stream. I actually did a load of coding practice that I think could be better. So we're kind of doing that was kind of the prototyping day. We could consider this as a bit of a cleanup day, and just wrapping up some of the features. So placement mode, left mouse button, started. And then I could say, hey, is there a housing actor? Because if there is, then we'll want to ask, as long as there is no collision, then you can finish placing that. If there is no housing actor, but we're in housing mode, then we should try and find an actor underneath our mouse. So that'll be our LMB, and we'll just say here, select or place. Okay, so that's cool. So one thing that I want to get done is entering the housing mode. And so that actually needs to come, entering and exiting. That actually needs to come from our initial inputs. So I think it's, did I put it, where did I put the inputs? Gameplay maybe? No, core input. Okay. So IA toggle housing mode. And this will, oh well, we don't use that. We've got our defaults here, looking around and doing a bunch of stuff. Then we've got our IMC game, which just has zoom. I don't think we actually got anywhere with this, so I'm going to delete this one. I was thought the old one. So here what we need to do is just have an input mapping here for IA control. Because to get into housing mode, we're going to use Control Z. So this is just an action called control. It triggers on control. And then we're going to add a new action, IA toggle housing mode. And this is on the Z key, but it has the trigger requirement of a chord using the control key. So as long as this action is pressed and Z is pressed, then this housing mode toggle should trigger. So let's go to our placement component. Got our event graph here. May as well move this down because toggling is sort of the more immediate first step. We'll do our top here as toggle housing mode. We've got IA toggle housing. And when this action is started, let's say is housing mode active? Started here. And if it's not, then we'll set housing mode to placement. And if it is active, we'll set housing mode to none. And then let's go and update our UI. So over in our HUD right now, we just have everything shown. And we actually do have in the windows here, should have MVVM here, but I don't see it. I see the MVVM tab. It's an unrecognized tab. So what we need to do is go into the plugins. I want to make an MVVM for this. View model. UMG view models. Slate model, view model. Implementation of the model view model pattern for Slate here. No, we only need the UMG view model. So just going to save all of this and close it down. And then reopen it. Graveyard. The name of the title of this track here is making me think of a game I designed for a game jam a while back called Transmortal, and the idea was sort of the transition to becoming mortal for an AI. So AI starts, it has no concept of consciousness. We're developing AI. We haven't reached the stage where we could say it's an intelligent or even conscious thing. But then when it does become conscious, now there's a concept that it could die. It could be turned off, it could be disabled. And so it's this transition to becoming mortal that we called this game Transmortal. And we just made a really cool game that we took to an indie dev showcase and people loved it. It was all about these AI fighting each other because they've gone mental from like in this cyberpunk future. AI's now been outlawed, like some big problems with AI, so there's like, yeah, a really cool story anyway, not going to go into it, but the soul remap thing here is reminding me of that story, and there was a bit in that story where that was a thing. It was like an AI consciousness can be ported between other AI, and then there was this like Gaia AI that was connected to all of them, that was leading them to like the promised land where they could be safe and not get killed. And the whole thing was a story on like if AI has consciousness, like synthetics, like how do you treat them? Do you treat them as real people? Okay, so we're back in the game. Let's get back into work mode. Stop talking stories. Okay. So we've enabled MVVM, and the point of doing that was because I want to get my housing UI. I want to get the main screen here. We've got the view bindings and we can add a view model, but we don't have one. I want to add a view model that toggles and sets all the states in here. So in our UI, we're going to create a new folder, MVVM. And in here, we're going to create a new view model. So we'll go view model base here. We'll just call this VM underscore housing mode. And inside of our VM, we're just going to start having a few things. Housing mode active. And we'll start there. Let's just do one at a time. I'm just going to click on these different things. In our placement component, we're going to instantiate a version of that. So init housing mode housing mode MVVM. Create object class housing mode MVVM. Outer, we can use self. Promote this to a variable. Housing, just call it housing VM. Don't know why I called it housing mode VM. Init housing MVVM. Housing mode MVVM housing. Just clean it all up. There we go. Init housing VM. In our event graph on begin play, anyone can run this function, not just the server. In fact, actually, right now, yes, it is only the server right now. I have this replicated, but it's replicated in a way where only the listen server is allowed authority over the house because it's your house. But I do plan in the future to make it more extended, but we'll worry about that later. So we're going to initialize, and we're going to initialize that housing VM. We're going to create the housing VM here, and then in here we're just going to say set active, and it sets it with a broadcast, and our UI can listen to that. So over in our state setter set housing mode here, I think here what we can do is update this boolean here, or we could update the MVVM sort of at the end here. In fact, housing mode active won't be needed. I've realized VM, this isn't needed. We just need a gameplay tag. And we'll just call this housing mode. Housing mode. So the old method that I used to do is I would find the actor and I would bind to an event in the actor that does like mode changed, gameplay tag changed, and I would listen to this. But now what we can do is we can use the MVVM, so we can just set mode, and that will trigger essentially a UI broadcast. So that's going to go in there. So that starts our MVVM off, and now in our housing default here, what we can do in our view models is we can add the housing VM, and then we can make a conversion function. Add conversion underscore housing mode active, and we'll output a boolean active. We'll take a gameplay tag. We'll call this housing mode. Basically, as long as this is not equal to none, then we are active. Turn this into a pure const, and now we've got a housing mode VM ready. We can go back into here, go into our view bindings, and add a condition for this entire. So we call this border underscore modes, I guess. Then we'll add that. Let's remove this other one. And basically for this, we're going to set the visibility of this asset, and we're going to use the conversion function that we just made we're going to use it to visibility, and then we're going to use the conversion function. See if we can actually do that. Conv. Don't know if we can actually do that. So what we should do is we should actually. This is annoying. I can't use. I want to use a conversion in here, but I can't use the conversion in here to come out with this because, yeah, what needs to happen is we actually need a to visibility from gameplay tag technically. So it should be gameplay tag to visibility, I guess. Let's just do visibility. We could create a new one actually. We'll keep this conversion housing mode active, and then we'll create a conversion underscore housing mode viz. Actually, we need just delete this. Duplicate housing mode viz, and then we'll use an output here. Instead of a boolean, we'll do visibility. Should be eSlate visibility. Cool. And then we'll select off of here and we'll say, hey, if housing mode is no, we don't like double negatives. If housing mode is none, then we want this to be collapsed, and otherwise we want it to be self-hit test invisible. Compile that, go to our view bindings. In here now we'll use conv underscore, and we've got this conversion function, convert housing mode to visibility. What's the housing mode? Use the input here. Okay, it's not letting me pick it. Just pick it like this. Compile. Okay, so now this panel should immediately change. All we need to do is make sure that this VM housing is actually being set up properly. So we'll use a resolver, and we'll go and make ourselves a resolver for this. So mvvm resolver. Here we'll go VMR for resolver, and it will be housing. And so we'll put that in here, VMR housing. And inside VMR housing, we've got this override. We need an instance from somewhere. So what we do is we get the owning player pawn and get a component from class, and we get the housing placement, or the placement component, or something it was called. I need to rename that to housing component because that is what it is. BP underscore housing component. Okay. So we'll call this housing component, and then we'll get the VM from here and we'll plug that. Now, one thing that I'm worried about is race conditions. So what we'll actually do is we'll make a function get housing VM. Let's just go and put all of this in an mvvm folder. Okay, so this housing VM here is going to essentially request it. If it's valid, we will return it. If it's not valid, then we will init housing VM, and then we will return it. Yes, mate? I'm working. Okay, So we're here, we've got the init housing. I don't really like this because this can get called separately, so just going to make it lazy loaded, and we're just going to return it here like this. Okay, so that's that. We're actually going to get rid of this, and we're not going to call that on event begin play. We're just going to lazy load it. When we request it, it will start existing. Okay. Although that said, no, we do need to initialize it. Yeah, we do need to initialize it because we need begin play to initialize that. Otherwise, we get into positions where it's not going to work. What we can do though is we can say, hey, if this has already been called, then it might be valid. So we'll just do this. And so again, back in our here, we can just init like this. Just trying to figure out the cleanest way of doing it, and then do that. So that creates the VM. The VMR housing resolves the VM through get housing VM, like so. We could just make this pure. It's got no side effects. Okay. So there's our housing VM. Let's go and see if that works. What we need to make sure is that we coded the input event graph for toggling the mode here. So that looks good. And then I'm just going to put a print string here. Append. Mode changed to, and then gameplay tag as a string. Put this up here. Okay. So it does exist. Let's see what happens. Well, first off, we're immediately visible. And second off, yeah, Control Z is working. We are going between true and false, and our UI is updating based on the view model. All we need to do, I think there's a function for in the VM or somewhere. It's like firing off the VM when it initializes. I think it might be in here. Maybe in the advanced. Doesn't look like it. So what we can do when the VM housing, when we create the housing component here, we could initialize all the variables. So we could set the mode to whatever mode we're in. I'm sure there was a way to do this where it sort of soft initializes out. Yeah, it's not doing it still. Let's go. We've got field notify here, housing mode, that's all good. Class defaults, class settings. It's not going to be class settings. We need this to. What's this? Auto. Delayed auto immediate. Is the housing mode initialized? No, it's not. None. There we go. So the default housing mode was not initialized, so that should be good. And I don't think that changing this here is necessary. I think we can just untick that. Yeah. So now we can shift Z or control Z. I need to change it to shift. I did control, but I want it to be shift. So I need to So the cool thing now that this is all set up in the way it is, I can just go to my inputs. I can just go to control and just rename it IA shift. And that will update everything. And then I just go into my base and I just set shift. And I go into my... no, I think that's it. I think I just do it once. No, not true. Housing base. Oh, right, yeah. Because it is in the other... It's in the other location. So, bleak, core, input, IMC default, shift, save. Okay, shift Z. Cool. So we get this pop-up. Okay, so now the next thing is our first album is finished. So we're going to go and put the next album on. The Dusk album, music. We'll go for Gaia Ray. Gates of Gaia. Cool. All right. So that's all set up correctly. And this is our VM housing where we're going to hold all the data that we're going to need in order to update the UI. So we've got our housing component that updates our VM and our UI that reacts to the VM. So you can see between these three classes, we're able to really quickly iterate on the UI without writing a bunch of boilerplate code, just a couple of conversion functions maybe. But we're not going to need to do too much else in here. So one of the things that we need to do in here is we have this border for edit, and we also have a border for move, and we want to set the visibility of these. Viz select border add viz select. So the visibility of these two borders, whether it's this one being shown or this one being shown, is based on something from the MVVM, right? So let's make sure that that's set up. What I could do is make a simpler conversion function, which is something like conv gameplay tag to viz. I already kind of did that, but my thinking is I would have another input and I would compare against it, but I don't think it's going to work. Let's go housing mode move viz. Oh, I was going to do that, but that's the wrong one. Housing mode move viz and housing mode edit viz. Okay. So if it's equal to place mode for the mode edit, actually no, if it's equal to edit mode, or we could say child parent tag, does it, I need to know if it descends from. Matches tag, not exactly, but does it, is it part of the edit tag? And if it is part of the edit tag, then it can be visible, otherwise collapsed. Okay. And then the same kind of thing for the move mode, except we're going to check if we're in the move mode, which I called place for some reason. Move mode viz, there we go. And then back in our designer, we can go conv underscore, and this is for border move, so it's going to be move viz, and then this one is edit viz, and then in here we just bind up again on our housing mode. Binding housing mode. Okay, so we're using the tags in here, so that's looking good. So if I hit play right now and I go Shift Z, I don't have either of them. And then I need to start switching mode into places, right? So actually by default, if I go back to our event or our inputs graph, sorry, in here we're setting ourselves to move mode placement. And so we should have actually seen this pop up, and we did not. This should have triggered. So let's just see if we are getting triggers on these. So we're just saying, hey, is housing mode none equal to something? No, it's not. Housing mode none. And then we open housing mode. It's currently placement. Is it equal to this? Yes. If it is, it's visible. Conversion housing mode. If this tag, determine if tag 1 matches tag 2 but not exactly. If it does, then this will be visible. So now, yeah, there we go. Now that's correct. I just had my booleans the wrong way around. Okay, so then I need a selected state for my buttons, right? Because if we look, this is the selected state, but it's not currently displaying as selected. And then when I click this, this will become selected. So let's go and take a look at our buttons real quick. In our common UI, we have a generic button here, but we don't have an appearance for the selected states. So let's go and make those real quick. Let's get 3 instances here, and we'll just call this button selected. I'll copy that to my clipboard. Button selected hovered, button selected normal, button selected pressed. And then we'll go in, whoops, not going to do that. We'll go and edit those materials. So for this, we want to change the fill to something reasonable. Let's go and make a new fill for selected. So we'll call it gold selected, and then let's, I don't know, let's just tone it down a little bit because otherwise it's going to be way too much. Let's just try that for now, and we'll put that into our shared gradients. We've got our gold selected, put that in here, and now in here we can pick that gold selected so you can see it's got like a kind of selected state happening there. So we'll see how that looks. We'll put this in to our 3 states here. UI, common UI, materials. Okay, so selected normal, 1, selected hovered, 2, and then selected pressed, 3. So let's do that, and then what I want to do for that gradient actually is I want to make it dark at the top. Get rid of this stop. And then I want to make it sort of golden at the bottom. And I want this, how do we do this? So I want, whoops. I want this dark sort of fade to move a little bit further along. I need these to be a little bit more curvy. So that's not working. I just wish it was a little bit more linear between here, but we can see the line right there. But what I wanted to do was just get a little shine in here. See how that looks. That's not what I wanted. Let's actually look at this while we're editing. That would help. What I essentially want, and maybe I should just start from scratch and just be like, it's all black. remove all the stops here. Okay, I want this. Wish I can. Here we go. There's so annoying. Right. How can I smooth this curve then? Every time you zoom, it like scrolls the screen, which is kind of annoying. I want this to be highlighted at the bottom slightly. You can see how these are really harsh fades. Not a big fan of the harsh fades, basically. I might need power controls or something. Yeah, that's more like it. There's something like this. That's going to be our selected mode. So we've got those 3 modes and the actual outside feels a little bit better now. I'm hoping. Here's to hoping. Okay, so now in our UI what we do is we set these buttons to be selectable. Selectable, not toggleable though. You can only click it. You can't click it to unselect it. And now we need these buttons to behave in a way that ensures that they are a radio set, if you will. Now, because they don't share the same parent, that makes this a little bit more difficult. So what I'm going to do in order to allow them to be parents is I'm actually going to add in here a content or a named slot. So put a named slot in here. I'll just call this content. And we'll make this full size as a variable. And I'm going to put a pre-construct function in here that just says has any children. And then set visibility to false if it doesn't have any children. Because otherwise we end up with we can see the word content in the middle of the graph, which is really annoying. So if it has any children, then it's not hit testable. If but only for self, and then if it is with not children, then it's collapsed. Okay. So in the designer here, you can see it says content, and it's just in the way. And then if we actually go and look at some UI that uses each of these, will just say content in it. So here what we've done on the pre-construct, once we compile this, is we just get rid of it if there's no content. And so what you can see in our housing here is this now has a content slot. And it means I can put this visual attachment that I've created that holds this. I can actually put this into the content slot. And now it's, it's not hidden anymore. It's now right there. I will need to wrap this with an overlay though, because I'll need to align it to the center like that. And then I can get rid of this other overlay, replace with child, and this is going to get us closer to like a selectable system radio button. So now this button and these other buttons share a parent, which means we could toggle between them once we add some code. And then here I'm just going to wrap this with an overlay and put that overlay in here, and then make sure that this is centered, and then make sure that this is visible. Yep, that's looking good. Make sure that we're just hiding the same level in here, just this one. Okay, and then we can replace this with child. What did I just do? Replace this with child. Thank you. Right, now we have 4 buttons that share a parent panel. So back in our button, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new boolean. Variable radio. And in here what I'll do is event selected, event on selected. If this is a radio button, then get my parent and get all children. Get all children. And for each of them who are able to be cast to our common button base, and of any of those that are radio buttons, if they're a radio button and they're not equal to self, then we're going to deselect them basically. As long as it's not equal to myself and the target is a radio button, then we will set selected to false, because we've just selected this radio button. So that's a super basic radio button logic, radio logic, that can help you out with extra MVVM properties. So just put that on there. And now let's see if that works. So in here, we tell all of these that they are... What's going on? Oh, we managed to pick the content. That's not good. They're selectable. I realize I haven't put this in selected. Is that the selection it's called? Selection. Compile that. So in here, selectable, also radio. They're all radio buttons. And by default, this first one is going to be selected. So let's actually go and add another property, which is just start selected. And if that's true, boolean set selected to true. Otherwise, if it's not true, we'll just set selected to false. So in here, UI should be able to go in and say this one start selected, and you can see it's actually showing us the style. So that's how it's going to look. It's selected enough, I will say. I really don't like the gradient. I'm going to go and work on the gradient just one more time. I can't enjoy it if I don't super duper like it. I think the trick is to just make this, maybe make this linear and then make this darker. This, make this a little bit darker. A bit warmer, maybe? A little bit warmer. A little bit darker. The intent that I had in mind was to just make this really soft, slight golden glow to it, but golden, not brown. So maybe it actually needs to be yellow. Wondering if this is what I was looking for. Really solid jumps between these colors, but that's just because I'm doing it by eye, I suppose. That'll do. I'm just gonna, I mean, it's probably exactly as it was 2 seconds ago. Selected state. From a distance, that looks kind of cool. I kind of like that. And so if I jump in and I press Shift Z and I flick between these other ones are supposed to turn off, but they're not right now. So let's go find out why. Let's go and look at our buttons. So in here, on selected, if the other button is a radio and not equal to me, then it should be deselected. Huh. Wow, okay, well, I need to tell work about that tomorrow. There's a function there that'll be really, really handy. Okay, so set is selected. It's supposed to give the click feedback. It's not updating the state. Set is interaction enabled, maybe? Try that. No, it's not true. Why is this not updating? They should all be toggleable. Oh no, they're not toggleable, are they? Interactable when selected, no. That button does not do it properly. Here we go, right, so now I've got toggle buttons, right? This is interesting. This triggers the hover state of a different button. How weird is that? That is super bizarre. I've never seen that before. They should not be doing that. But it is kind of cool, but it is a side effect of something else. Okay. So, the next thing is that clicking this button doesn't actually set the housing state. It just does something. So what we need to do is, what we can do is we can add a function in here, set housing state. And it can take a gameplay tag. And what that can do technically is it can call back to our system. So we could do a two-way where we actually tell our system that we want to be on or off, which is just more MVVM sort of stuff, right? So what we'll do here is housing component. It's a housing component reference that is exposed on spawn, and it is private. It cannot be used by anything else. So set state, set housing state here. We'll call that compile. Oh, it can't be exposed on spawn and private. That wouldn't make sense. Exposed on spawn. I suppose we don't expose it on spawn in that case. What we basically want is that it doesn't appear in our UI here. And if it's not private, if we do this, then I think you might have to close this and reopen it. You can see the housing component there, right? So what we want is to make sure that our widgets can't see the business. We don't want you to see the business. And so you can set the housing state here, but you can't see the component. So back in our housing component, when we initialize our MVVM, we would want to set the comp, set housing. Okay. So now we need a function that can be called. I suppose what I could do is I could do this with a blueprint interface, but basically, because this is private, I can't set it, which means I would create a setter called set housing component. And now, because that's not private, because I need to be able to call it from somewhere else in our UI, when we open our UI, sometimes we get the option here. Let's find out why that's not the case. Set the housing component like so. Save that. Put that in here. Set housing component to self. So now our MVVM has a link to our housing system, and we can do two-way sort of authoritative calls from the UI to call the same functions to toggle the state, basically. Let's go and close and reopen our UI. See, I can set the housing component here. It's super weird. I don't want my UI folks to do that, so I would love to access specifier, maybe protected. So it's protected now. And then if I compile this, yeah, now I can't call it. So a workaround for that is an interface. So in here I would create a blueprint. Sorry, no, I wouldn't do it like that. I'd go to blueprints, blueprint interface, BPI housing VM. It's going to do one thing: set housing component. And it's going to take an input of a housing component here. Housing component. Call that. Drop that onto our VM. Class settings. Add housing VM. Compile. Set housing component. Let's get rid of the function that we made. Override this one. Compile that. And over here, we just go set housing component as a message with self. Compile that. Close our UI, reopen our UI, and hopefully now... Oh my god, is that coming from... I think that's coming from the blueprint, so it can see the interface calls as well. So like even the... Yeah, I can't stop that. One other way around it is never setting the housing component on here. Not having an interface, which makes everything a little bit cleaner, which is nice. I don't care, just force delete that. Thank you. Right. When we set housing state here, we just get placement component. Get place. Get comp. Oh, we can't call blueprint function library calls from a VM. I forgot about that. Get player pawn. So we just have to do this manually. We can't get the player pawn. Oh my god. Get owner. Is there anything we can do from this VM? Get outer. Self. Get comp class. Okay, we've got cast it to actor. Get the outer actor, which is our component, and it's actually not this, it's just cast to component housing. This is a little bit of a workaround, but basically now we can call this. We shouldn't. Let's go and open our housing system here. So we don't have this function anymore. Oh, going to open our UI. So now we can't do anything silly, but what we can do is we can go into this button and we can do a conversion function. Convert get toggle housing tag. And essentially what this is going to do is it's going to return a tag based on the current tag. So gameplay tag, we're essentially going to toggle the outcome with the selector here. And all we do is, with the view model here, we get the tag that we're currently using, or I guess it's called mode. If the mode is equal to none, then we want to become placement. And if it's not equal to none, then we want to become none. So we'll see if that works. I think this can be pure const. Go back into the designer and add this open storage button on click and just call the conversion that we just made. Ooh, yeah. Maybe we can use this as an input. God, I can never do it this way. I really want to do it this way. Okay, so we can call all these functions. It's just so many functions that we can call. So maybe we don't make this a pure constant. We just call this VM. And why would you do this? This just seems overcomplicated at this point. But now I have a function called VM. No, I don't, because it has a return value. I guess because the destination is clicked, the output needs to just be a function or event. Which is fair. That's totally fair. So this would be VM. VM underscore. You're not going to let me do that? It's because you have an input, maybe. This is so annoying. When this is press I want to do something. So wild. I'll tell you another thing that was intentional was I was supposed to click here and then call set housing mode. Or set housing state, sorry. It's not letting me do that. Okay, well now apparently I can, but it's not letting me pick. It's not letting me pick the event there. So let's have a look why. Set housing state comes in with a tag and sets housing state, and then just what returns? Nothing. This can't be pure const, obviously, because it's not going to work. But it's not showing me the input. Passed by reference, maybe? Close all these others down. I want to add this button. And when I click this button, I want to set housing mode. Why won't you let me? Public. It can't be const. Does it need to be an event? Let's go over to our common UI here. And hit up our housing HUD. Now can I pick it? Okay, I've got to Google that. Blueprint VM view model class with a function set mode input gameplay tag isn't usable in a button.on clicked view binding to call the set housing state with an input gameplay tag. Why is that, sir? Why is that? In MVVM, a button on clicked can only call parameterless functions. Okay. If that's the requirement, I totally get it. Enable housing state. Wait. I'm clicking it. It's not. Okay, so we're going to have to say toggle housing state. And then it's going to come in here. And this is where the selector is going to be. So I don't need this here. I don't need this get toggle housing tag. I need to put this here. And it's based off of housing mode. And in fact, I could just say, is housing mode active? I'll just use that. There we go. That is the tag that we use. And so now the button will toggle it. But apparently you can only have parameterless functions in your VMs. So that is... I have never really written many VMs. I've used a lot of them. I mean, I've used a hell of a lot of them at this point. But so I think I need to just close this. Save, close, reopen, button, view bindings, here, VM housing. Oh, come on. It's not even available here now. Toggle housing state. It doesn't appear now. Yeah, it's wild, right? Because I could just super easily come in here and just be like, well, on click, I'm just gonna set storage to be open or not, and do other, you know, set the housing mode on the component and all that. I could just call it, but I'm trying to stick to the morals of like, or the laurels you call it, of doing this with MVVM as also a learning condition or a learning moment. So, why am I not allowed to call this? It's public. It doesn't need to be const, or, well, it can't be const because it changes state. And in fact, if I tried to do that, I'm sure it would moan at me. I got to get rid of the binding for a second. Here, click this button. Save, close, reopen. No, I can't call the function. That's so bizarre. Housing mode. Okay. It says that this is actually two-way. Since this is a notify, I would have needed a notify outcome in order to listen to that. So something's wrong there where this shows as I can take it and I can set it, which is wrong. Shouldn't be allowed. It's a bit strange. Yeah, like right here, I could be like set housing state, and then it's like, oh, what do you want to set it to? And, like, nothing is listening to this. This, it doesn't have a function associated to it. Like, Can I have a two-way variable. Where is the notify event for it being set from UI to view model? Get the field notify. I want the field notify, please. Oh, it's like use a setter. I'm like, well, I would have used a setter if I could set this to be. This is like a limitation of like Blueprint, because I'm not getting the capability to control this in many ways, and maybe it's something that's improved in later versions of UE, because I do remember when you create this notify in a later version, I swear it creates a function for you that's like this notify, this has changed, and you can react to that now, which means I would go and I would call this just by saying, like, allowing the UI to call it. Let's just delete this function and just create a new function. Toggle housing mode. Just paste our function in here and see if we can compile, save, compile this, close, reopen. Why can't I see that function anymore? Is it because it has a cast? What is going on? Like, at first I had the function. Yeah, I don't get it. If I add an input to here with a gameplay tag parameter, now I can see it. And I can call it, but I can't set. What? It requires a param to appear as an option, but I can't choose the param. So we're kind of stuck in a bit of a sitch. UE5.4. I need a VM function that my UI can call. When I don't use a param, it doesn't appear in the view model as callable inside the view bindings UI. I.e., I create an event button, clicked VM mode, toggle mode with no params. If I add a param, if I add a parameter, it starts working suddenly. No, if I add a parameter, it's now visible in the view model tab in UMG. It's callable in the button on clicked binding to VM mode toggle mode, but I can't set the input tag. So it's either no input equals not visible at all, one input is visible now but can't change that input. What is going on there? Okay, so we're 1 hour in. We are fixing up our system to use gameplay tag driven modes input mapping contexts that can turn on and off to manage the sort of inputs that you have, which therefore manage the features that you can use with corded keys. So like Shift Z toggles the whole HUD, for example, and then I'm going to set up the rest of these ones down here. I've got the sub modes here, which is looking good, and I've got all the bindings are set up, so it's just a case of setting them up. And I've decided to go for MVVM, and so then when I post this up on LinkedIn later tonight, it's going to be a nice post. It's like, I've played WarCraft Housing and I wanted to recreate it, right? I am going to need a quick break, so I am going to jump off and shove us onto a break here for 5 minutes. But do stick around. When I get back, we're going to wrap up the MVVM part here, and we're going to start doing a little bit more interesting coding, where we're going to get this toggle snap grid and this collision grid to be updated, and we're probably going to do some material UI as well, because in the game right now we have this cool grid that draws against the walls, but we need to do some work on that with custom stencils to mask out the actual asset from the visual effect. So we can have the visual effect in an area like an orb, but the actual thing that you're placing isn't affected by that visual effect. So that will be a thing that we'll be doing when I get back from the scheduled go get another coffee break. We do have an answer about the MVVMs. So why the no parameter function isn't showing. On-clicked view model binding list is very picky about what it considers a callable action. Common causes: you accidentally made a custom event in the view model BP, not a function. Events won't be listed. The function is not public or not blueprint callable. Blueprint callable? No. The binding list is stale or cached. MVVM bindings are notorious for needing a compile or a reopen. Epic even calls out binding and validation issues when bindings are reassigned. Make it a show checklist. In your view model, create a function. In the function, make it public. Callable from blueprint should be on by default. Callable from blueprint? I mean, that's not... That's not an option. Compile the view model. Compile the widget. Yeah, now it's not there. So clear this. I can't click and drag on this right now. So if I close this and reopen it, it's probably not there. View bindings, close this, compile it, save it, close it, reopen it. Still not there, yeah. If after that it still doesn't appear, it's usually because it's not actually a function, it's an event, or the binding menu is cached. Adding a parameter makes it show, but you can't set it. When you add the parameter, UE treats it as a setter compatible signature and becomes bindable. The function is now visible, but the argument is stuck and unassignable. That's expected with the current tooling. The practical fix is that you have a one no param function per mode, clean and binding friendly. Set mode, place, edit, color clean. And each calls your implementations. Each button binds, pending tag property. Okay. What I could do... No, I need to... I was going to say, what I can do is I can do the two-way setter on here and set this by calling my conversion function, and then have a binding in here, hopefully bind, notify, add a field changed delegate, right? So the field is housing mode, and I would create an event here to listen to the housing mode of the VM changing, and I would react to it back in my housing component, and I would say, you know what, that's allowed, so we will now go and set this. That will be the workaround if we need to do that. what I would like to do is know how to call a bloody function from my view model bindings. That would be great. Without writing new blueprint code in the widget. That's like the trick. And so what I'm thinking here is, let's leave. Let's clear that. Close the editor down. Reopen the editor and see if it was just having a really bad time. I'm sorry, Unreal. You can have a quick 2-second nap and then you've got to reopen. We'll see how that goes. Let's have a look here. Housing mode. No, we can't see it. Generate a public setter. No. Optional. Will not warn if the instance is not set. Okay. Don't care about that either. Can I find this in Blueprint? Yes, I can. I can have this. I'm going to change this to an event and see if that resolves my HUD. I'm just trying everything at this point. No, it does not resolve my HUD. Can I just call it? I cannot just call it. Okay, well, I wonder if this is a version problem at that point. So, I mean, if I can make it const, is that gonna... Nope. Yeah, that's wild. Okay, well, what... Okay, so I can give it a param. Close and reopen this. Oh, it doesn't like that. It needs to be passed by reference. Compile. Close and reopen. It's never showing up at all now. Set mode. Compile. It doesn't even matter if I add a parameter anymore. So I just can't see it ever. Not allowed. Not allowed. Or maybe it needs to have a return. Is that the problem? Maybe it's not allowed to be const. Oh, come on. There we go. Now I can set mode at least. Okay, so maybe it's a bug. Maybe it's a bug. We've got this param here. So we just call this toggle housing state. It takes a reference parameter, which I'm never going to be able to plug in, and I'm wondering if it will crash when I actually try and call it. I can't use it from here, which is funny, but I can just drag it down. If I go and reopen my UI. I can not call it there, but I can drag it in. And then it's just going to call this thing with a parameter. So I do this. Event on clicked state. The event could not be generated. Compilation warnings. The event could not be generated. Okay, clear it. Compile it. Grab it. Housing. Toggle housing state. Compile. The event cannot be generated because it requires a pass by reference parameter. Is that the problem? How about now? No? Okay. How about if I clear it? And then it's this, then compile, then close, then reopen. It's still there as an option. Pull it down. Compile it. Oh, it compiled. Oh, no, wait, because it's not ticked. Compile. Now it's angry again. Okay. So that's not going to work. Let's just call housing mode. Let's compile that. Let's go and remove the function. But now I'm never going to be able to call a function on my VM. We cannot stand for this. UE 5.4 blueprint view model functions callable in view bindings. Must inherit from ViewModel base and VVM base ViewModel, yep. The function must be public, yep. Pure functions. These are ideal for retrieving data like getting health, as they have no side effects and lack execution pins. They are often used for property bindings, yeah. Callable functions. These have an execution pins and can modify the ViewModel state. While the properties are typically bound to pure functions, you can access regular blueprint callable functions from the ViewModel asset within the widget's event graph. No input parameters for property binding. Functions used for direct property binding, e.g. binding a progress bar as a percentage, must be parameterless and return the required value type. No input parameters for property binding. Functions used for direct property binding, e.g. binding a progress bar as a percentage, must be parameterless and return the required value type. Okay, let's try this. Nope. File, close, reopen. Nope. Nothing there, boss. What if I do this? Interesting, I can't select this as an event here. This actually might not be a problem of my VM. It might actually just, I think it really is just the engine version. 5.4 might just had an older version of MVVM, because I can't choose this as an event. I can only choose it as a reaction. There is click event here. There's no field to bind to, yeah. One way to view model. Anyway, so obviously causing me a bunch of problems. So what we're going to do is we're going to try on click set housing mode, and then we're going to use a gameplay tag here. Gameplay tag. It's the output. The input is housing mode. If it's none, we'll just select here. If the housing, so we'll call this conv underscore get housing mode toggle state. So we would say if we are equal to none, then we become place, and if we're not equal to place, we become none. So we're back here. This is a pure const. This goes in our designer down here. We get our conversion. No, not allowed. Not allowed. Not allowed. Can't even do that. So then there is another option, which is to not trigger this. This is not pure const. We compile that. Oops, I just opened C++. That's not cool. Everything's slowed down. Just have to wait for 5 minutes while Visual Studio opens, even though my project is set to open VS Code. Thanks very much. Don't save. Okay, so triggering this. No, not triggering this. Triggering this here. What do we call it? Conv? Can't even call the... I've done this a million times and now I can't do this. Oh yeah, we can't have an input, that's true. Can't call it, what the hell? Just call this function wow. And it's because this is not an event, I bet. Yeah, so that's never going to work. It's never going to work. I think it's a problem of the engine. So instead, we're just going to do straight up view bindings here on clicked. We're going to... This is just horrible now, but it's okay. It's not the worst. We're going to Control Z until we get our function back that was a good function. Toggle housing state. So that's the housing state function. We'll get rid of the input. Okay, compile that. Here, got this click, VM housing, toggle housing state, click there. Let's put this in a buttons category because we're going to need to do this for every single button, which is a shame. I think in newer versions of Unreal Engine, after 5.4, maybe 5.5, who knows, let you do a little bit better on that, or I'm doing it wrong. It could be either or. This is not letting me use it. Let's remove stuff that we don't want. Compile. Goal. Yeah, so this is working. Click play, click button. Is not calling the update. So toggle housing state, set housing mode. Is housing active? Yes. It's the wrong way round. Do you love tags though? There we go. So that works. Shift Z works. Both function through the same thing. That housing toggle up here, this actually wants to be selectable and toggleable. Right, and then when we... Ooh. Okay, so now we need an event. Just VM underscore on housing mode changed. And in here, add a gameplay tag mode and just compile that. Essentially, we want to say that this button has set selected. You can't set selected in here. Is selected, I think it is. In Blueprint. Start selected, selectable. Is selected. Set is selectable. Set is interactive when selected. Select changed, interactable when selected, start selected, get selected. Yeah, that's wild. This isn't here either. It's so weird. Okay, can I go self? VM housing mode. Um, oh, this is interesting. Oh no, I can't do that because it's not going to let me use a parameter. Anyway, okay. I just thought I found a workaround for the other thing. Okay. Well, I want our root here, and I want to call VM on housing mode changed, and that happens when the housing mode changes. So that's that simple. And then in the VM here, we have the housing mode changed, and what we can say is if this is equal to, or if this is not equal to none, I should say, then we can set the root button, which I think is called open storage, set selected here. So you can see when I click that, it works. When I click this, see, of course it doesn't work. Selectable, toggleable. When I click you, I fully expect you to become selected, sir. It literally works in reverse. I think I click it, and then it toggles the housing state, which then toggles the housing state on housing state change triggers, comes in here. If it's not equal to none, it becomes selected and gives the click feed. That might be the problem. It's literally reversed. Unless I'm using Shift Z, at which point it works the correct direction. Ah, yes, clear selection. I forgot about that. That is actually the function that we want to call on these guys. In the blueprint graph here, instead of calling set selected and internal, you just clear selection on them. So that's actually, yeah, how that works. Cool. Open, closed, click. Opens, but this doesn't work. I wonder if I still have a mouse button event somewhere in my main HUD that's doing anything, literally. Just toggling the housing state, right? Okay. So if I don't do that and I just click it, it works fine. And so what I could do is I could use open storage selected changed here, and I could say if it is selected, actually no, this is probably going to crash the game. Click, click, Shift Z. Yeah, shit. Whoa. I think there's a little bit of an infinite loop in there. So yes, what's happening now is we're just trying to bind the state. So annoying. Maybe it's never interactable. Interactable when selected. No, it needs to be, because you need to be able to click it in order to have this function fire to toggle the housing. I wonder if this it's got like some sort of latency on it. Let's convert it to an event and stick a Little delay on there. On, off, on, off. Yeah, there's a bit of a weird delay in there. I wonder if they fixed that in a later version. Um, but that works now. So clicking it sets the state correctly. Shift Zing it sets the state correctly. I'm very happy with that. I'm going to go for a quick break. Timely because the music just ended, and we'll play another one of the albums from Dusk afterwards. So that'll be cool. And I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Hello. Chilling, leaning right back today. Oh, that's the wrong way. And that's the wrong way. Okay, let's get that camera a little bit centered. All right, so we are at a spot where we can hit play, we can toggle our housing mode, we can toggle this. These aren't hooked up yet, so let's get those hooked up. When we click on these buttons, we want to change the mode. We have to actually click the button and then hit the clicked event because we can't do these bindings the way I was hoping from a more recent version. Sorry, I'm my mic really far away. A more recent version of Unreal has more control for this, but we're going to have to do this in the blueprint graph, which is fine. We're perfectly confident doing that. Okay, so here we're going to have a new function. I'm going to duplicate this. Set housing state. I'll put some music on. Let's get the next. Let's get the next playlist. So we played Gaia. We're going to play the tape session here. Live mix. Which one's this? Can't tell which track this is. Here we go. Crystallite materialization. Listen to that. I think this last one's actually 44 minutes long. It's actually a mix. May as well play the mix. Let's play the mix. And so in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to have this as an input. And we'll call this tag. And we'll drag this out. We'll just call tag there. This back. Okay, so we've got a nice little set housing state function. And in here now, we can go set housing state. And we're going to set the housing state when we click the placement button to the placement mode. And when we click the edit button, we're going to set the housing state to move. Although one of the things that I did want to do is promote this to last edit mode. And by default, last edit mode will actually be, move by default. Cool. So when we click that root button, that's what happens. And then these two buttons are selectable and toggleable. They're not radio. They are selectable and toggleable. That's cool. And then these other ones here, these are radio buttons because, whoops, these are radio buttons because you can only be in one of these states at a time. So that's that config. And then all of these need to have their respective button presses set up as well. So let's open up the events here and do on clicked, and we'll do that for all three. 2, 3. Very good. Okay. And so in here what we do is we do this and we set this one to move, we set this one to rotate, and we set this one to scale. So we're able to change the mode for all three of these. That's cool. Now we also want to set last edit mode here. So this becomes move. The idea is we're caching that so that when we go back into edit mode later, we're actually going to trigger the correct last mode, if you like. And that only works from the buttons. So when we do the key bindings, we're gonna want to do those key bindings from here actually. So you should have an action option, triggering input action here. And the input action is edit, move. I can't actually remember. let's go and open up our input actions quickly. So basically I'm going to set these to actually toggle with the input action. So when we're in the edit mode, we have move, rotate, and scale here. Let's take a look into these. These give us all of these options that come with that, but we want to know, we actually need an IMC underscore housing underscore edit, and in here we need some input actions. So IA edit move, IA underscore edit rotate, and IA edit scale. And we'll put these new folder edit. We can put move, rotate, and scale in here. And we can put our new edit mode and these three in here. And we can go in here. There's a lot of hooking up. So IA underscore edit. And then this is move. We've got rotate and we've got scale. And then in here, we just set these up. So I want this to be 1, 2, and 3. And then all three of these have a trigger for a corded action, which requires the shift key to be pressed. Shift. So I can copy this trigger here and I can just paste this in the other two. So that's cool. And now in these, what I can do is action, and I can go IA underscore edit. And this is move. This one is rotate. And this one is scale. So these will be triggerable when I have those actions actually in my active mapping contexts. And that's not going to be the case until in our housing system, that won't be enabled unless we're in the edit mode. So here, if we go to any of these edit modes, we need to add an input mapping context. So let's go and start hooking these up. So if we're in the placement mode, we get IMC housing placement. If we're in the movement mode, or the rotate mode, or the scale mode, we get the options for them. So let's just pop these down. Okay, and so this will be, well, first we definitely need to add edit, but then we also add another context. This is cool, we get to stack a bunch of different contexts together. Basically what we're doing here is we're enabling and disabling inputs. That's all we're doing. We're saying like when this is the case, you get all these inputs. So this will be move, this will be rotate, and this will be scale. Okay. So what should be the case is that we can switch between these modes. Let's try it. So we can press Shift Z to enter placement mode here. I don't think I actually set up an input for this one, but you can see that that's working. So we are able to switch between those two modes. And then if I press Shift 1, 2, and 3 right now, I can't do anything. But if I click here and press Shift 1, 2, 3, Shift 1 is actually not working. But Shift 2 and Shift 3 are working, but they're the wrong way around. So let's just check here. Edit scale, edit rotate, and this is IA edit move. And then I need to go and double check those IMCs because I think I messed something up. So over in edit here, move is 1. And I think the only reason it wasn't working is because I didn't actually hook it up. So let's just try it one more time. Shift 1, 2, 3 does nothing. Shift Z, 1, 2, 3 does nothing. Go over to the edit mode, Shift 1, 2, 3 changes between these modes. And if I click on these manually, it also changes the mode. So that's actually the nicer way of setting this up with an input action. So let's try and do that for our root button up at the top here. This is just toggle housing mode to trigger this button for the Shift Z. And then what that means is in our housing component inputs where we called this toggle housing mode, we shouldn't actually need that. Shift Z. So that works now. And it works a little bit nicer too. So that's really cool. I actually don't need this in here because we're going to handle that from the UI because that's where it comes from. So that's really cool. Next up, let's go and get our other UI controls sorted. So this is just the default mode right now. And I'm going to go and take a look at some notes so I can figure out what inputs I might want for these. So yes, I do want a back handling in here. So I can have a back handler here, and then I can override back on handle back. And I could just say, sure, that worked. I think this is just returning whether it worked. And then similar to this, if I press escape at any time, I just want to go to the none state. And what I need to make sure is in my project settings that I actually have this set up correctly. So over in our common UI setup, which will be somewhere in, maybe in plugins, common UI framework. This is just some normal stuff there. Input actions, all UI input mappings for the project. No, that's not what we want. Scroll up to the top here, common input settings. We've got this input data. Let's check that one out. Yeah, and we've got our click action and our back action. So we actually don't have this right now. So we just type escape in here. We'll just put that in. And let's go find out if that just works. So Shift Z, escape. Of course, escape is currently set up to close the editor. So let's go to edit, editor preferences. And then here we just type in escape. And you can see all the things that use the escape key. So exit, exits mode asking to save. Stop, stops the simulation. And so there should be one for pi actually. And I wonder if it's this stop one here. Stop simulation. So we'll try shift escape on there. Now when we press escape, you can see here it's actually going to none there. So Shift Z, escape, Shift Z, escape. So that works really well. That's doing great. One thing that we should do in here is ask get mode not equal to none. Because I noticed I was able to slam it and I don't want to do that. Just need to gate this. In fact, what we could do is we could allow it to call. We should really put the sort of like the multi-gate logic into the housing state function here. So we'd put the not equals. You can only call this if it's not the current housing mode. And that way when I slam escape, 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 doesn't do anything, click. Ooh, now escape isn't working. I might have messed up the UI up here. Oh yeah, look at that. None. There we go. So we'll keep that as it was. So I can Shift Z to open it and press escape, and then if I keep slamming escape, it doesn't keep going. And I can click this, obviously, that's fine. Shift Z, escape, cool. Okay. So one of the things that we've got to look forward to is, with all this set up, I'm going to have an input action mapping list over on the right here that shows all the actions that are currently available on screen. So I'm hoping potentially, well, it might not work because these are actually bound, but the idea will be that this will represent what's available at any given time when you're in any of these states. And I've noticed as well that these two currently don't change the state, so this doesn't actually hide right now. So I need to go into color mode and I need to go into clear mode. So let's get those set up. Let's click this, get an on clicked for that. Let's click this, get an on clicked for that. Okay, and so in here, just more buttons. And we'll set this, and this will be housing mode color. And then this last one will be housing mode clean. Okay. So now I can go to these, it hides all the options, I get all the options that I want. We're looking at a pretty cool little MVVM and input action common UI setup here. It's really cool. Okay, very happy with that. The escape button just worked off the bat. For the different modes, entering any given mode, I wanted to do like, when we're in the editor here and we press W, E, and R, we actually switch between three modes. W is move, E is rotate, and R is scale. I kind of wanted to use that as the mode switching, essentially. So over in our inputs, in our housing base, we have our shift, but we don't have like setting those other modes. So let's go set those up. We've got IA underscore enter placement, or actually we can just go IA mode placement, IA mode edit, IA mode color, and IA mode clean. So we have those four options now. We just need to set those up in here. Okay, so IA underscore mode is the concept, and then placement. We've got edit. We've got color. Whoops. Color and clean. Okay, and then in here again, we're going to use the shift trigger for these. Or I could use a control trigger. So it could be control 1, 2, 3, and then it would be shift 1, 2, 3 for the different actions. And I think that would actually be smart. So let's go set that up. IA shift, we're going to do IA underscore control. And in here, we're going to add IA underscore control. We'll just move this up to where the shift is so that they line up. That looks cool. And then in here, we're going to trigger this based off a corded action. And the corded action is the control key. We'll actually just do 1, 2, 3, and 4 for these modes. I think it's going to be quicker. 2, paste, 3, paste, 4, paste, and save that. Okay, so from here now in our housing mode, what we can do is set these to trigger off of those input actions. So IA action, or sorry, action. Action. We're clicked on the wrong thing. There we go. So this action here, we want this IA underscore mode. IA underscore mode. There we go. And this will be placement, and then this one will be edit, and then this one will be color, and then this one will be clean. Okay, let's try that out. Let's make sure that we actually set the housing base here. Let's make sure that we set this key for the control, otherwise it's not going to work. So control 1, 2, 3 doesn't do anything unless we enter housing mode, and then 2, 3, 4. You see that? The control key here is actually toggling these two. And shift, I've done something wrong, maybe. Here, corded action, control key. Left control. Open input. Housing base. Shift is left shift. Control is left control. Trigger, corded action, left IA control. Let's go and make sure nowhere else is triggering IA control. Reference viewer. It's only in our base here. In our housing here, we've got the input actions for modes clean. This is edit scale. Edit scale is available in mode edit, which use the shift key. Let's go and check other input actions. Let's go bleak core input default. Shift here is left shift, so this is also available in the root. Okay. And so it's toggle housing mode because it requires the shift key. Corded action, shift. The action that must be triggered for this triggers action to trigger. Yeah, so something is going on there. I'm just going to close the editor and let it refresh. We'll see if there's some kind of issue going on there. Docs chat. I haven't seen any chat happening, so I'm going to assume that either nobody's watching or just nobody's chatting. But I do usually reply to the conversation. I might need to get like a new separate app that is like definitely, my chat is definitely going to show up on screen, because I think the one that's inside OBS is just not reliable. So apologies if anyone's been typing and I've not been responding. So here we go Shift Z, and then we can go Control 2, 3. Yeah, and so this is just triggering the wrong thing. 2, 3. That's so bizarre. 4, 3, 2, 3. 4, 3, 2. This is cool though. Look, rotate mode, and then I go back and it's still in rotate mode. So that's cool. It remembers which mode it was last. These work fine. These corded actions are great. These corded actions, this is actually happening off shift. This is happening off control or shift. It doesn't matter which one I use. And in fact, shift 1, control 2, control 1, shift 1. Yeah, both are triggering off of the same binding. So what I'm going to do is try and get that debugged real quick. So in our UI, no, sorry, wrong folder. In our housing, input system, edit, housing edit, trigger, edit move. Right, let's go take a look at this. And then I'm going to query the internet. I have an IA underscore housing edit, which defines, sorry, I have an IMC housing edit. I have an IMC housing edit which defines IA underscore edit, move, and rotate and scale as 1, 2, 3 with corded action trigger requirement equals IA shift. I have a separate IMC underscore housing base which defines, and then I'll go take a picture of that one. I have an IMC or just the housing mode in general, which defines these triggers. Oh, corded action. It might be a serialization issue. I think I think it might be a serialization issue. I know this is just a gut feeling, but basically in graveyard config, default game maybe, there might be some redirector. I'm gonna ask the internet if that is probably the case. I have a separate IMC housing base which defines IA underscore mode underscore placement and edit and color and cleanup, which require IA underscore control. These IA underscore control and IA underscore shift use their respective keys. See that here. Yet the UI actions in my common UMG, which I will also show, UI, common UI here, action, look at that, action, or mode edit versus sub options like edit scale are conflicting. It doesn't matter if I'm holding shift or control, the result is the same either way, controlling the main bottom tabs modes and not the sub tabs. Edit modes. So I'm wondering if there is a redirector somewhere, because at one point I was using IA underscore control. Actually, I should probably just fix redirectors in my folder here. No, that's not it. Because at one point I was using IA control, and then renamed it to IA underscore shift, and changed the things around my IMCs, and then created control later. One way to quickly test this is in the control here, I just use a different key like Alt. Or I just make a whole new action. But let's just try the Alt key for a second. Shift 2, 3, no, it still does it, yeah. So let's try another test real quick just to be sure. I'm gonna make IA underscore Alt. Just gonna use that instead. IA Alt here. And then in these, I'm gonna use that and just see if it's some weird sort of thing going on. Let's just do some quick testaroos. Shift Z, Alt, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, yeah. It's doing it again here. So Alt works for these. But then it also is triggering those. Alright, we'll see what the internet says. So, just going to revert that back. Control Z, 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 Z on here, Z on this control key, Z on this control input. And then jump over and delete this Alt key here. In the meantime, let's go and actually resolve some of the things that are on the task list right now. So we want to ignore collision. Well, actually, we don't even know if any of this is going to work. Yeah, so we need to actually get the system working again, because right now when I click, nothing happens. So, and I guess the reason is because we're not in edit mode. There we go. So the first thing is, when we're not in edit mode, this this post process needs to be turned off. So let's go to our material parameter collection that we have. Forgetting where I put it. So we'll just go here and we'll just go NPC underscore building. Just rename that to housing. Okay, and so in here we just want to scale a parameter which is housing active, and it's 0 by default. And then we've got a an outliner, we've got a post process. Well, actually, sorry, that's not true. I don't need this. I just need my blueprint function library, which will be in my core here, to include is housing mode active. So we would get the placement component, and we would is active is housing mode active. Housing mode is housing mode active, and then just return that into there. Okay, and then this is going to be pure, and I'm going to go and use that in the place where I highlight the actors, which is the housing system, housing actor. We've got this begin cursor over here, as long as you have authority. And actually we can also just go active in this case. Oh no, we can't. We'll go active here. Is housing mode active. And so if housing mode is active, then we're allowed to do highlights. So we can't highlight it right now because we're not in housing mode, but as soon as we enter housing mode, we'll get that little highlight. But not if we're hovering it. So that's kind of annoying. So what we would need to do is get the placement mode and assign mode changed, and then just ask active. If housing mode is active, mouse actor. What we could do is we could save that the mouse is over the actor here, but I feel like actor mouse hit get mouse get hit result under cursor by channel, sure, and then break this, and if the actor is equal to self, that's how we're going to determine this. So another thing that we can do, I've just realized, is we can take that logic somewhere else, and we'll do that in a moment. So here, if the housing mode is active and we're currently hovering this actor, then we would want to call this function here. So we'll go class to function set highlight, and we'll give it a boolean. We'll just say active. Here we'll do not active, and in here we'll do a little branch. We'll say if it's not active, it's this, and if it is attempting to be active, do that. Okay, close all this down. Here we're going to have a custom event bind to housing mode changed. I could use gameplay events for this. It would be actually a nice one. So this is our binding for housing mode change. on housing mode changed, and then we just bind that on begin play, bind housing mode changed. So down here we will run this, and if we're hovering the same actor, let's move all this over a little bit. I'm going to set the highlight to true. So if I hover the actor and then press Shift Z, it'll actually tell me that. So another thing, as I wrote this and I found this function, I realized that I'm manually tracing inside of our housing component right now, and I don't actually need to. So we have get mouse hit info here, and we're doing a line trace. All I need to do is this. Although we don't get to have ignored actors. And so the problem with that is it's going to return exactly what we're hitting. So I actually do need the function. So there is that. Alas, we have to keep it the way it was. Okay, so hitting play, Shift Z, can click on this and move it around. Can click to drop it, so that's good. I would like to get these two toggles working. So right now we're actually snapping to the grid, but we can't see the grid. So well, first let's fix the problem that's literally written on when you toggle housing off, it doesn't actually disable housing. I'm still holding the thing. Let's fix that first. Set state, set housing mode. By default, we do all of this. If housing mode is no longer active, we should finish placement, which will set the trace. Well, this function doesn't do anything anymore, so let's get rid of it. Actually, I need that. I need this. Or do I? Do I? I don't need it right now, so we'll get rid of that. So all this does is it says if there is an actor, then stop moving it and stop us from moving it. Let's go check out where this is having a problem. Don't want that. This actually doesn't do anything anymore because I fixed that too. Okay, so hit play, Shift Z, move this around, hit Shift Z, and we're no longer moving it. Awesome. So we've got a lot cleaner foundation. That's very good. Let us do some more work. I'm going to put this in state. Put this in state. Put this in state. I'm going to put this in config. Config. We'll do config here. Config here. We've got this collision, which is also one of the states that this has. Okay, so we're cleaning up. Cleaning up shop. Awesome. So the first thing that I want to fix, actually the one that's on the top of the list, is ignore collision while moving an asset. So if I'm moving this asset, I actually get to stand on it right now, which is of absolute terrible design there. So let's go fix that. When we receive an input, we check if there's a mouse and we set the current housing actor to true in this case, and we detach it from its parent. And what we could also do is set actor collision enabled to false, and we'll see how that behaves. So we can move it around. The thing on top of it is not set to false, so we need to actually run this on the housing actor itself. I think the housing actor should know if it's being moved. Set moving. We'll just add this moving. If we're not moving, then set actor collision enabled to true. And if we are moving, set it to false. Get neighbors. I think I called it get neighbors. Refresh neighbors here. So we're going to do this box overlap to get the neighbors. I'm going to collapse it to a function get neighbors. This is just neighbors though. This isn't things that are attached to me. So what I need is I should just get attached actors recursively and just set their collision to false as well. And then when I'm done, I just do the opposite. So now when I click and pick this guy up, I can... Oh, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Oh, because I didn't call set moving. Yeah. We can take this set moving to true. And here we have detached from actor. So we'll just move this into here. And then in our movement component, compile that. When we transact and finish placement, and we call finish move on the actor, we attach it to the parent. But what we could do is we could actually just set moving to false, and then call that same attached to parent here, and then just get rid of finish move. We don't need that anymore. Okay, so shift Z, pick this up, move it around. I'm no longer being moved by the other thing, and then if I click, it just pops me into a fun state. So this needs to definitely be red if it's overlapping me, regardless of whether collision is turned on or not, because I shouldn't be able to place this inside myself. Yeah, so I can move these. I can shift Z to stop doing this, and then I can go and stand on it. So that solves the collision issue that we had. Now we need to get the grid showing. So we have a grid actor. That's the prop renderer. To get rid of that, that's fine. We have a grid actor, placement grid here. This placement grid, there's one in the level basically, and there was a tick here at one point was going to determine which grid to show. But what we want to do in this case, we want to show it when the grid is enabled, and we want to show it only when you're in edit mode. We should do it in a decoupled manner, so we're not firing and finding and casting to the placement grid to change its state. We're just letting the placement grid listen to the system. So we get the placement component here, and we assign to mode changed. We could also go and get the MVVM and actually just listen to notifies on there. I think that would actually be more reasonable. So let's do the VM side first. Get the housing VM and assign or bind. It's not going to let me. Notify, add field value changed event here. And we'll listen to the housing mode changed. We'll create a custom on housing mode changed. So we're not going to do this one. We're going to do this one. And that's going to be on begin play. We're going to go and do that. And from there, essentially, if this is equal, field, object, on housing mode changed, field, it's a structure, field name. This isn't going to do anything for us. Add field value changed. A field value changed. Yes, it certainly did. I guess I could cast this to VM housing, and I know that this is on mode changed, so I just get mode. I suppose that's fine. And then if this is equal to none, then we can set grid visibility to if this is not equal to none, basically. If this is not equal to none, then do this thing. It's not terrible. But I would prefer to do it like this, because I'm going to have an and in here. And then I'm going to put that into our VM quickly. I haven't finished the code, but we are going to have an event in here for allow show grid and allow collision. Or I guess I could just say use grid and use collision. And these will both have notifiers as well. Okay. And we would add an event here, and we would just use the same signature, and we're just saying on this VM here, we compile this. If the show grid changes or the housing mode changes, then we should update the visibility of the grid based on both of those properties. Use grid here. So as long as we're using the grid and as long as we're active, then we can show the grid, otherwise no. So this will control the visibility. And so now we can actually go and hook up, we hide this, show this, we can actually go and hook up this. So this should have an input action, toggle grid snap, and then this should have toggle collision. Put some more music on. Graveyard, git, game dev music. We'll go Heaven exe. That's the last song. We know that song. Okay, so these are doing a thing. If we compile, close, and reopen our UI, common UI default here, we'll actually have our use collision and our use grid as options in our view model now. So the reason that we want that is because if they change, we want to set the selected state of these buttons accordingly. Similar to how this is set up to also change based on housing mode. And the way that we did that was anytime the housing mode changes, then we'll run a VM on, I think we called it on housing mode change calls whenever housing mode changes. And that on housing mode changed is in our event graph somewhere. On housing mode changed here. And then it sets the selected state. Because I found that I can't actually set the selected state of the button. So if I go in here, add this button, and just say set selected, or is selected, I can't change it from here. You can in later versions of UE actually set is selected, but we can't do it at the moment. So what we need is just some more custom events to work around this. So on show grid changed, it takes a boolean. We'll just call it bool. And then on collision changed. Events from VM. The only reason we need this is because the specific thing that we're doing is in a common button, which does not currently have a setting that we actually need. It's giving me an error there for some reason. Interesting. Maybe it's like a cached old version. Wow. It has broken across the board. Just going to close the editor and reopen it, because the MVVM in this version is a little bit fun, I would say. I dare say. I need to take this jacket off, it's getting really warm. Here, I'm going to take this tartan jacket off, and I'm wearing a tartan shirt underneath. I've lived in Canada for 10 years, and I only this year found like a Duckies. It's called a Duckies like jacket. It's just so comfy. It's just super duper comfy. I'm done with lying down, so I'm gonna sit up now. Move my camera and apparently move my monitor down. Okay, so we're over here now. All right. So let's have a look at our UI and see if it's still complaining. It is really complaining about this. What's wrong? Just go view model here. But if this is going to happen multiple times, it's going to be a royal pain in the ass. Maybe it was only doing it because of that. Let's just Control Z everything. Bring it all back. And then untick this. And now it's fine. So it wasn't an MVVM. Well, MVVM wasn't giving me the same error that I'm used to. Let's get rid of that. Let's get this. On show grid changed. Button. Place collision, place grid. Set selected. To whether this is selected. This selected to whether it's selected. Okay. And then since I don't think we can do buttons that actually do something, let me see. On clicked. If you click this, then use grid. Anytime use grid changes, click the button. Use grid. Yeah, anytime use grid. I don't know, maybe this is the right way around for this older version. Let's find out. What's gonna happen? Click it. Click it. I don't have any debugs. I don't have any debugs. Let's get an event in for this. Whenever we click this, just wait a second and then get use grid here. Get use grid print. Oh, print string, like so. False. False. It's always false. Okay. So yeah, we need to do it. We need to do it this way as well. Okay, so we'll say move mode.
We'll do that one, and then we'll do the collision one as well. Pop that up here. And then from here, we will... It's getting really annoying with it not having the same level of control. Trying to decouple some logic here, but basically when you press this, we need to toggle the setting on the placement actor, really. Like, the placement actor should be the one that holds the state of whether it's using the grid, and the VM is just mirroring the data. So the housing component should be the one that holds the state. So collision and then grid. So this is actually just has collision, and this is use grid and use collision. And then by default, these are both true. And then when we init our MVVM, which I'll put in the top, we broadcast this here. We also need to broadcast the initial state of all these. So we'll actually plug these in. This collision here. Okay, and then we'll have some functions set use collision, and that'll take a boolean. Should use. We'll just put this in like so, and then we'll get the VM and we'll set use collision on the view model as well. Then we'll duplicate this to set use grid, and we'll just replace this, and we'll replace this. Get use grid, sorry, set use grid. Put that in there. Okay, so this is also state, I suppose. Changing state, set the housing mode, is the housing mode active? And then those, so let's make sure that everything is in categories, which it is. Okay, and then over here, get placement. This, I don't really like this too much, but set use grid. And then get use grid. Just going to use a not here, so it's toggling between the two. And then we're going to do something similar here. Use collision. Use a not function, or a not node. Set use collision. And so what's going to happen when the button triggers is it's going to swap the mode or the setting for this. And then that in turn is going to update the VM, which is then going to set the selected state on the buttons. So by default, when we hit play and we open this up, this should just be on by default, which it is not. So I need to F9 on these. Okay. Because housing mode changed. It needed the little delay, didn't it? I forgot about that. Don't know why, but basically it comes out here and it isn't actually updated yet. No, that's still not working, so let's just go double check our buttons are actually selectable. Whoops. They are selectable and they are toggleable. That's not hooked up, so that was never going to work. Let's put an F9 on here. That never triggers. Housing component, init housing component, use grid. Grid is, these two variables are true by default. Whenever we need a housing VM, we should have a setup for a grid that works. Over here we have an event that does trigger for the mode. Oh, maybe I didn't set them to notify in the VM. MVVM, VM. No, these are set to notify. They're set to themselves. You can. It's interesting. Okay. Oh, I remember now. You do a function. Func notify. No, I can't remember what I said. No, I'm not going to carry on down that fault track. Okay, so those are there. Those are being set on the VM. So why is it not working? This works. Able to switch between the modes. Just not getting any callbacks for the booleans. Let's do another Google. UE 5.4 notify ball in a VM. I want it to trigger an update immediately. I recall there was a tick box to trigger on start. Just realized something. I think the reason that the game still thinks that the control and the shift keys are like pressed when I'm switching between those modes is because when I remove the input action here, it's not flushing the keys. So it still thinks that I have the control key down. Maybe? Maybe. There's one way to find out, which is to just go to the event graph and put an IA underscore mode placement. IA mode edit. Put some prints on completed here. Print string. Placement complete. I mean, there's a weird print. Ignore that. Placement cancelled. Put these two down here. Edit cancelled. Edit complete. So we got Shift Z to open it. Oh look, I got my my grid is actually showing up finally. Oh, Shift X. Shift X works. I can't remember what I used. Yeah, Shift X and V. So those work. That's cool. Oh, which means the restart worked, I suppose. Because those are now updating correctly, maybe. Oh, they're not starting correctly, but yeah. Shift 1, Shift. So here, Shift 2. Yeah, I'm not getting a completed event on that input. IA edit mode. But I bet you we're getting a started event. Edit start. Placement start. So we go 2, 1, 2. No, we're not ever getting anything out of this. What's wrong here? Inputs, edit. Housing edit modes, edit move, edit rotate, edit scale. That's not the one I wanted. That's literally edit modes. This is housing base. This is mode, edit mode, color mode, clean. Yeah, maybe I should rename these to edit underscore move, edit. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I'm never getting a least on this chord, at least. I haven't. I'm not even getting a print at all. Maybe I should do it on the IA underscore clean. I should do it on here. Leave it as edit for now, that's fine. No, it's never triggering. Okay. So that wasn't it. Just double check what's happening with these keys. Shift 2, Shift 3. Maybe the fix is not to use the same numbers. My issue is that once I I'd like to know why it doesn't work though. I could just change the keys, but I always like to learn something. My issue is that once I activate the check that my buttons are all set up correctly. Edit move, action, edit move, edit rotate, edit scale. Check that these are set up correctly. Action, mode place, mode edit, mode color, mode clear, yeah. I just need to do one more check, which is that if I right click and find the reference viewer for these, that all of these are doing the same thing for the shift key. So this references the shift key because it is part of the chorded action. So that's fine. This references the shift key and is definitely shift. This is the control key, is definitely control. Okay, next one, IMC housing edit. These reference the shift keys because they want to be based and chorded based off shift. This one has the left shift key and is also left shift, so it's not that it's defined weirdly in any place. I've done all the button point of the correct actions. I've double checked all the IMC have IA shift as shift key and IA control as control key. Let's just double check IA control, which is here, reference viewer, IA housing base, IA control, left control. Okay, so that's still ongoing. I need to fix it, so we're going to use 1, 2, 3, 4 for the main bottom modes. And then for the edit modes, we're going to use W, E, R, R. Let's just double check that we can still move when we're in edit mode. We cannot move when we're in edit mode because we can't use W for that. It's funny. That's annoying. I don't like that. I suppose what you would do is this would actually be on shift. It's like all of these are shift, and then the chorded action is like, oh, and you need to trigger the next step. That might fix it because no, because we still need to define W somewhere. Yeah, so that's not going to work. Okay. I don't think E does anything right now. Yeah, so neither does Q. So we use Q, E, and R. Shift Z. Shift 2, Shift 3, Shift 4, Shift 3, Shift 2, Shift 1, Shift 2. Control Q, E, R. R, R, R. That doesn't work. R, R, R. Why doesn't R work? R. R. Because it's shift. Wait, what? Shift. Reference viewer. What's going on? Shift is left shift. Shift is left shift. Shift 1, 2, 3. Control 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter which key I press. In fact, can I just press anything like G 1, 2, 3? I can just press 1, 2, 3. Why am I even pressing the shift keys? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the chorded action doesn't do what I thought. That's annoying. Point at which this trigger fires. Corded actions are unreliable for UI hotkeys. Yeah. It's just told me that. I'm like, yeah, I realize. So, if that's just a limitation of the UI, all I need to do is go to the actions of the buttons here and clear their values, and then just say IA underscore mode underscore, and we'll just do these two for now, and then just print them. So it's control for those ones. Yeah, because apparently for the UI action, it's just gonna respect the first key and not include the modifier. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Okay. Well, could be an engine version thing. Could just be a common UI thing. Common UI can't do enhanced input corded actions, which makes me think it can't do enhanced input hold actions either. Which just makes the whole concept a little bit superfluous. Well, not really, but it does kind of be really annoying. Yeah, no. Okay, so moving on, let's go to the next step. Let's get this working correctly. So when the button is clicked here, we set the housing mode. I wonder if I can simulate the press on the button at least. Let's go for, here we've got common button edit, common button place, simulate. Okay, well that's not working. I'm gonna go for a quick break, I think. I've got food or something. Okay, so I'll be right back. Out of music again. Let's put some more music on. So this is Dusk. Awesome artist. Let's go Graveyard. Let's go. Let's have a look here. Yeah, I called my project, my personal project, Graveyard. It's where my games go to die. Which I love as the tagline. Loveless mini mix. Okay. So I can either carry on down this route where I set it up with the combos, or just not care and save myself a bunch of time and jump over into these shift controls and just delete them all, because I'm just not going to need them. So get rid of the trigger there, get rid of the corded trigger, get rid of the corded trigger. We'll just use Q, E, and R for this, and 1, 2, and 3 for the others. So get rid of shift and control here, get rid of the trigger modifiers there. I mean, who knows, maybe I did it wrong. Chord? No, didn't do it. I don't think I did it wrong. Okay, so then back in our UI, we would set these actions up correctly. Let's type in action here. And so this one will be IA_mode. Placement. IA mode edit. IA mode color. And IA mode clean. And then this is just toggle grid snap, which, if I remember, is also attempting to use the triggers here, so we'll just get rid of those. This is just on X and V at the moment, so we'll use C and V, I think. Toggle collision for C, and grid snap with X, I think is cool. Okay, and so this is toggle grid snap, this is toggle collision. Let's go down to these. This is already edit move, edit rotate, and edit scale. So now when I go in and I go Shift Z, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, and then Q, E, R. Yeah, R isn't working. I find that strange. Why wouldn't the R key work? Edit rotate R. Why wouldn't that work? Edit scale. Edit scale. Maybe I coded it wrong. When you click this, go to edit mode scale. Huh. Is it a key issue? Just try something else for a second. We'll just use T and see if that works. Shift Z to T. E. Q, E. That's really weird. Dude? Okay. Some food to eat in a little bit after it's cooled down. Just bring it up when it's cold, but hey. Okay, so whoa, my audio just spiked. Sorry about that. I touched the bottom of the thing. So yeah, for some reason the R key doesn't work, but the T key does. So that's also annoying. Okay, so why? Why doesn't the R key work? I'm not using R anywhere else. And it's... Oh, R is the delete key. Yes, R is the delete key. There's Q, E, and T. Q, E, and T is fine. They're one letter apart each. It'll do. Okay, so one other thing that I want to do in my UI before I get any further ahead, let's actually just check Shift Z, X, C. Cool. So X is toggling the grid, but it's toggling it backwards. So let's go check what's going on there. Let's go to our housing system placement grid here. When the mode changes here, are we using the grid? Let's do a little delay in here, because I'm wondering if this has got the same issue as earlier. Show the grid if the housing mode is not equal to none and we're using the grid. Show grid visibility. Show the grid as 1. Let's put a little breakpoint in here. Let's go back here as well. On show grid changed, if the bool is true. Oh, this never triggers. Oh, right, I never called it. That's funny. Right, so we've got to bind this up. I forgot to bind this, I think. Yeah, I've got this on click to use grid thing, but that's not going to work. So get rid of that. So add base widget, add an event, on show grid changed, and on collision changed, and we'll bind these up to use collision. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Use grid and use collision. So then we trigger this. Okay, so let's see here. The grid is on, grid is off, grid is on, grid is on, grid is... Okay, cool. So the next thing is that grid cannot be shown unless get current housing actor is valid. Which means I do need an event for whether I'm holding a actor at any given moment. And so I would want that in here as like holding actor, or would I just use held actor as a direct reference to the actor? Held actor, let's do that. It will be a housing actor. It's also a notify, so that's cool. And then in our housing component, when we have transactions here, set housing actor, we set the movement of the housing actor here. Might be nice to do it in this function, but it would be better to do it through here. So let's get the housing VM set actor. Set held actor. Could change the name of this, actually. I don't think it's the right name. Current housing actor. Set current housing actor to current housing actor here. And then we'll do this again when we finish placement and we clear it. Set it to null. And then we can just go to our placement grid and we can add another field change delegate for the housing actor here. Okay. There we go. That's pretty cool. The snapping didn't work on begin play there, so I need to look into that at some point. Okay. One thing I've noticed about my UI, just looking at it there quickly, is that my borders for modes and the smaller ones for edit color here is not enough opacity, so you can't actually see it. That's a little bit nicer. It's very cool. So I can click this, and then I can be actually, I don't want grids. It just turns the grid off, which is cool. Awesome. And that works on any surface. It's using a sphere mask, which is cool with well-aligned texture. Super neat little piece of tech. I would like to clean it up and not use a texture because it's a little bit... you can see it is a little sort of blurry, but it's because it's using a texture at the moment. Okay, so everything is, I think, set up from that perspective. I think we're onto the next step. We've got only grid on statics here. So yeah, that I need the housing mode to slide out my yeah, I need to do one more thing. I need to get the housing storage to actually slide out when the housing mode is updated. So I think I have a function for on housing mode changed, which is right here. When the housing mode changes, and if we're not equal to none, then I need to set storage open here. Set storage open. As long as it's not equal to none. It immediately closes. That's funny. Let's add is playing animation here, and if we are playing the animation, then we'll play the animation in reverse. And if we're not, then we'll just reverse animation. So yeah, I think. I guess what I could do is say if this is not equal, this might resolve the issue. There we go. So that goes away when we don't need it, and it comes back out when we do, and then we can start putting our stuff down. Yeah, so I need to stop the grid from drawing on the actors. They can draw on the world, but they're not allowed to draw on the actor. And if there's a crate in the world, and then we bring this up, at the moment it's set to not draw the grid when we're over that actor. I think there's actually a bug. Oh, there's definitely a bug. Box trace for objects, apparently. Test collision. Access none trying to read the static mesh. Okay. Let's just put these in. Okay. Just going to clean this graph up a little bit. If the housing actor is valid and the static mesh is valid, then we can do this function. Okay. yeah, there's a bug at the moment in our placement grid where our static mesh, so we call this grid plane, and this is grid sphere. Find references to this. World scale 3D, visibility. Okay, so in here we're updating the placement grid, I believe on tick, and we're just saying if we're hitting world static, then our grid sphere is visible and our grid plane is false. And if we're not hitting static, our grid plane should be visible. So the point of that is if we're moving it around the world, we want the 3D one, but if we're on a asset, we want the flat one. So that's pretty cool. I actually prefer the flat one to the ground one, but yeah. And then we're actually not, we are snapping here. We're snapping on the ground, but when I'm on this actor here, I'm actually not snapping. And I think I put a property into, I think that might be intended. I think I put a property into these. Yeah, can grid snap is false. Fair enough. I think that should be true by default. Housing system, data. Yeah, we need to go to the data definition and just tick this by default. I think this should be true. Yeah, so that feels better. And then if I turn snapping off, it should stop doing the grid snapping, but currently that's not correct. So when our blueprint component here is updating the input position, find, we've got this can grid snap one here. Get can grid snap is equal to whether the definition can grid snap, and use grid. So now we can grid snap this around and then press X. Oh, we are still grid snapping, that's annoying. Why is this being used? Find references by name. Update the actor location. Can we grid snap? And if we can, we'll use the vector, and if we can't, so I want to know what the result is for this. Snap. It's not even being called. Or the actor that's coming in is not a housing actor. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Because the actor being hit is the floor. So what we would do is we would just put use grid in here. Okay. So now that's like smooth movement, and then this is snapped movement. So that toggle works. And then we've got the collision one. So at the moment there's no collision tests happening. I'm not getting any collision tests. So let's go and check why. There is a test collision function somewhere, right here. Find references by name. Test collision. So let's jump in here. We've got current housing actors mesh, static mesh. We should always be checking this. Testing against world dynamic, which is the main actor. So we might also need to test against world. Should probably also test against world static. It's tracing complex in this case. Let's just draw for one frame and see if this is ever... Yeah, no, we're not hitting that. We're never getting there.
Why would the mesh not be valid? No, that's just never happening. The current housing actor. Oh, we ran out of music. Let's go put some more. I bought the entire discography, so we're just going through the whole thing. Okay. Let's see if this noodles are ready to eat. Nope. Okay. About the mouth noises there for a second. I will mute myself when I eat properly. So this function just isn't getting called at all. Find references by name, test collision here. Update actor location, find name. Update actor location on tick. So there is a tick. Let's just do this. So there is that. Is there a return value? No. Or maybe there is. Okay, so now there's a hit. Should be the world. Static mesh component. World actor of some kind. Interior wall. Update placement grid. It's just the position. And then set the actor location for the actor. That's fine. And then test collision here. So we get in here. We do hair trace. But I'm not seeing the debug for it. So maybe the location is off. Current housing actor's origin. Current housing actor's actor rotation. Box extents. Maybe these box extents are wrong? No, they're 32 units. That's fine. No render custom depth needed. So there should definitely be a collision right here. Okay, I find that weird. Let's go find out why current housing actor is behaving strange. Don't trace complex. Yeah, I'm not seeing... So weird. Let's break this. Well, this is coming out as false. Just, is there a hit? No. It's just saying there's no hit. This used to work fine. I'm not seeing any... Oh, would you look at that? It's over there. Let's start this at 0 and end it over there. I think that's probably 0. I have a gut feeling. It's like outside the house, basically. We can move most of this stuff outside, actually, to be honest. It'd be nice to clean it up. It's various actors that control the game. Okay, so... Yeah, that is odd. That used to work fine. So if I do it for 1 frame, and then I go and grab this, and I rotate this, yeah, so that is it over there. It's just that current housing actor's origin is no longer correct. So let's use this origin. Actually, this origin is going to be 0.
That's also not going to work. Yep. Yeah, that's not going to work. It needs to be the housing actor origin, which is an actor in world space. Let's double check what's happening with our housing actor by adding a billboard. So that adds a little dinosaur dude to it, the raptor, and then don't hide it in game. Yeah, so the actor is moving, which means that the origin should be where that is. I'm just going to hide that again. So this is not behaving nicely. I don't know why. Let's just try this. There we go. Now it's working. And it's tracing below where I would expect. So what we want to do is use the mesh bounds. Get component bounds for the origin of the actual mesh itself. What you can see now is that green sort of outline that we have. And then it is hitting static, so I think it's hitting like the floor. We need to get this multiplier from the actual current housing actor's definition. That's another thing that I keep forgetting I need to do. So let's go to the definition here and add collision scale, and by default that is 0.9. Get collision scale, and so this is just an affordance in the UX to let you, or an allowance, just to give you a little bit of leeway. We don't need these prints. Okay, we don't really need this anymore, I don't think. Yeah, we don't need this. We can move this around. We are hitting something. I do really need to get the tooltip set up because we're hitting something and I actually don't know what. Let's draw this for one frame. So the group should be himself, although it says unknown. Like current housing actor is unknown. So we've added an element that is unknown. Oh, I guess so now it should be known. Is it known now? Yes, now it is known. Okay. Pardon me. Okay. So what's the hit? Was there a hit? There was not a hit. Well, if we're not testing collision, aren't we just going to end up with nothing happening? Is there a hit? Yes. What is the hit? The hit is static mesh component floor. Okay. I'm no longer... Oh, this is supposed to be debugging. Why is it not debugging again? It is right there. Okay, well it says it's hitting the floor. Let's go and trace complex. Better. It's not letting me place it on the little rut. It's got these little ruts on the floor. That's funny. So you should technically always be able to place it on the floor. So I'm just going to tag the floor. Force allow placement. And in our... I see the problem is with box tracing. So if we hit that floor first and then hit something else afterwards, we're still going to just return has collision true if it's... yeah, so what we could do in our get actors here is we could add another, like an append basically. We would get all actors of class with tag, force allow placement, static mesh actors, and promote this to a variable placement. So we'll just call this, we'll just call it what it is. It's the floors. Let's go to our event graph, to our init function here, init housing MVVM. We're just going to do a little quick hash in here. Okay, and then in our test collision, get actors of class, we're going to append. We're going to append any of the ignored floors, basically. And now I just can't click this. It just immediately is like, nope, no clicking. So we broke something else now. Impressive. Impressive. We've managed to click. What? Okay, it's... oh. We're ignoring the floor. So we can... Okay, so we can't just ignore the floor. We need to ignore the floor for collision specifically. Get actor group. What even is that? It's a helper. It was meant for... Let's have a look here. Test collision does... yeah, so I just need get collision ignores. That's this one. This one does not do that. Get housing actor stack. Really get this from the current housing actor, to be honest. Yeah, it would make more sense that this get housing actor stack is on the housing actor. This is going to get a collision ignores, and then we're going to go to the housing actor and we're going to add a new function, get stack. Then that will say inputs include self. So put a branch in here, include self, promote this to a local variable. Break this down. Current housing actor, well, it's self, so we can just get rid of that. Okay, compile that. Just add self here. Housing component, where we have this error here, we can get get the mouse hit info. We can get trace ignore. Get mouse trace ignore, basically. So the mouse trace ignore will just ask, oh, yeah, I need that output at the bottom. It's going to, if there is no housing actor, it's just going to ignore everything. And if there is a housing actor, we're going to get the stack, including self, and then we'll return that to us for that one. Okay. Moving on nicely. Let's have a look into if that's all working. Looks good. That's looking good. Turn the grid snapping off. So right now, there's something strange there. My actor is a little bit higher up than I expected. Toggling collision off doesn't do anything right now, so that's the next thing to add. If I toggle collision, if I toggle the grid snapping on, it grid snaps upwards, which we don't want to do that. We do not want to grid snap upwards. That's really weird behavior. So when we are updating our actor here and we're picking where to go and we're doing this grid snap, what we need to do is collapse the function get grid snap position. Just turn that into a pure. And what I would do is I would break this vector. I would break this vector. Then I would make a final vector using the X and Y that are snapped and the Z that comes from the origin. And that comes out the other end, and that is our grid snap instead. Now, even though I'm grid snapping, I'm still using the the actual actor's height, which is much nicer. And then we should have a stack, which is cool. And then if we hit escape and hit play and go pick up our stack, we can move the stack again. So that's really cool. So now one thing that's still annoying me is that the grid is actually on a couple of these actors. It can be on the other actors, but it can't be on our stack of actors. So we're currently doing a circle that's actually affecting a radius. It looks cool when you get near the walls. And it goes up the wall. Actually really hard to see. We need to increase the opacity of it. But yeah, we're kind of in this position where it's drawing onto the current stack of actors. In fact, I don't believe we want that to be drawn. There's a certain number of actors that we don't want that to be drawn on. If we were to place walls down, we would want to draw that on those walls, but we wouldn't want to draw it on basically many of the other actors. The grid that we care about on other actors is only when we're on top like this. Oh, there's some shadow. Can you see the shadowing on the left? So that was the candle. Actually, I thought it was the grid for a second. I need to turn that trace off. There we go, because it's confusing me. Right. Managed to put this directly in the spawn point, so that was clever. See, this is weird. This is unintentional. I need to find out why that happens. Yeah, that's hilarious. It's supposed to do a trace from its local bottom and go down and be like, oh yeah, I'm on something. This one, no, one of them is doing that wrong. So let's go debug that quickly. So this is attached to parent, and then it goes and does trace. So let's do the traces. Let's have a look at these traces. Oh yeah, look at that. The bounds is not right. Absolutely not right. Get actor bounds here. Okay, so what we need to do is get the mesh static. In fact, we just need to use the same logic that comes out of here. So it's all of this. We should probably just make a helper function. Get collision test bounds, and we would use the stuff that we have access to here. So we would use the mesh. We would validate the static mesh and just return nothing in that case. And then we would get the actor rotation here. Let's go and return the origin, the rotation, and the extents here. So that'll be the actor rotation, the bounds of the origin of the mesh, and then definition goes in here. Cool. Okay. Now that gives us the get collision test bounds, which I actually, to keep this consistent, I actually just want to get collision test bounds here. We might actually want to put a little success boolean in here. Which just says found. So if that's true, then we'll use that information. That'll be the origin, the rotation, and the half size, which let's go fix that up. It's the wrong way around. Origin, rotation, bounds. Let's check out here. Yep, it's looking good. Okay, so compile that. The level demo now. Let's go play. That's still tracing incorrectly. See that really large trace? And that's because we didn't use our new collision test bounds in the attached to parent logic here. So we just call this and then just replace, as long as we found it, let's replace the inputs here. Origin, orientation, oh, sorry, start and half size rotation. Get rid of all this. It says here that we got a break vector because we're trying to go below the bounds here. Let's just double check what we were doing here. We were taking bounds Z. We're trying to look underneath, right? We should be ignoring self, of course. So, okay, make array. Oh, it already has ignore self on there. That's fine. Okay. If this rotation isn't correct, then it's never going to be correct. So now if I move this guy, yeah, we're good. Oh, yeah, right, because the attachments aren't working actually, so let's, we actually don't want to use the collision scale in this case. Apply extents scale. Let's rename. I could just use it. Oh, I put it on the wrong end. Apply scaling. And then here, select vector, apply scaling. And we will apply it. And otherwise we'll just use 1. Okay, and then back in our housing component, we do want to apply scale when we're testing for collision, but we don't want to apply scale when we're attaching actors together at the beginning of the round. Okay, so then in here, let's take a look. We are doing... I'm gonna eat some food. Hopefully you can't hear that. Okay. So we need to, during this attach, figure out what we were doing here. We were getting the bounds Z height, multiplying it by -2, and then I think we were adding it to the original origin. So if we go add here, or plus, I guess, add a vector for the start and end point. It's weird. Oh, I see. That was already an add. Just added it twice. Okay, so we want to get these bounds. Let's move everything around. Yeah, so we trace underneath by quite a bit. I would say that we only need to trace down. I actually think that that Z bounds for the half size. we could just multiply this by 1, 1, 0, and then add an amount of height for the Z that we actually want. And then just move this down by that amount. That's not going to work, is it? Yeah, it's going to be in the middle. It needs to go down to the bottom and then add -10. So we get a 10 centimeter. Oh god, I did the wrong way around. -1 here. So now it just does a little trace. And now these guys should be connected correctly. Yep. Okay, so we fixed that bug too. So that was an annoying bug that I had for a while that I hadn't fixed, so that's out of the way. These are currently permanently shown, so let's get rid of that. Trace from bottom of actor down 10 units. Just make a little note there. Okay, let's close everything down and take a look at our notes. So we only want the grid on statics. I think actually we have the main grid on the statics here, which is cool. Oh, we do need to get the collision toggle working. That's not working right now. So let's start there. Open up the housing component. We have a test collision function here, and so what we can do is use collision. If we are using collision, we shall do so. Otherwise, we shall do this. What's going on there? Oh. Okay. Happy days. One of my favorites. Okay. So that should be fine now. Let's take a quick look. Move this actor in here, turn collision off. The grid stays red, which is funny. I suppose what we need to do is set collision to false here. Okay. Move this around, get a collision, turn collision off. Oh, it's still doing it. That's wild. Set grid color comes up here. Fair enough. Okay, so we've got this, turn collision off, and now we can do whatever we want. Or turn collision blocking off. Cool. Okay, so now we're finally at the bit where I'm going to go and fix this this grid just appearing on the actor, at least, that I'm moving, or all other, yeah, like all of them basically. So I want to always render custom depth. I think that's the first trick. And so if we go to our housing actor and just say that the mesh is render custom depth pass is true, hit play, everything is lit. Awesome. That's a problem. Kind of needed to not do that. Kind of needed to not do that. Custom depth. So let's set it to 4. Now it's yellow, that's also, well, 5. Okay. So I'm wondering if I can basically just use a number and make it not show up on that. I'm gonna have to edit the original material. Outlines, post-process outlines. Pardon me, sorry. Basically, if it's the custom color, what's the custom stencil index? Maybe that is it. Divided by 4 colors, and then just used. So what I can say is just an if this is, how many colors do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so 4 is the max. If it's less than, I could just move this over a little bit, or this way even. This over, use this. If it's less than or equal to 4, we'll use this. If it's more than 4, we'll just use the regular post process. Hopefully. There we go. So we just need to make sure to put all of our housing actors back to 5 when we're done. And the easiest way to actually consolidate this a bit is, actually we already have the set highlight function here. So what we need to do is, well, we never change custom depth, so let's just set custom stencil value to 5. And over here, is interesting. Set highlight. This is just when we hover it with our mouse, I think. Let's find all references to this. I'm going to take a look at that in a second. If the housing component is active, set the custom render depth. If you begin cursor over the actor, then you should become stencil index 1. Yeah, so we're just setting it to active or inactive, okay. And only if the housing actor is actually active. Okay. So then, what else have we got here that we would want to do? What else would we want to do at the moment? We would want to check if anyone else is changing the custom stencil depth, which we do have an edit in here. So we can get rid of this. Oops. Just get rid of this. Bring this in and get rid of this, because we're always going to be rendering custom depth. We're just going to be rendering it at 5 if we're not Yeah, but what we really need to do is change this set highlight here and add another input and just say warning, and then do a selector in here. Select int. If it's a warning, then we'll use 5, otherwise we'll use 1. Sorry, if it's a warning we'll use 2, otherwise we use 1, and if we're turning it off we're going down here. Sorry, that's still wrong. I think it's 0 and 1. Okay, so in here we set highlight and we set it to not active, basically. And then over here we set the highlight to active warning. And then here we set the highlight to inactive. And the point of all this is just to say, I mean, really we shouldn't have 2 booleans here, because you can't be active and in, you can't be inactive and in warning. This should either be a state or a tag or something. But the concept of doing that was so that the custom render depth is only controlled in one place, which is important when you're writing like distributed code that affects the same thing. You want sort of authority or idempotent functions that do their thing. So let's have a look. Yeah, so we've got the red. You can turn the collision off, but it doesn't update the coloring right now. Turn the grid off, it still works. But the turning off the highlight thing didn't do what I was expecting. Yeah, so that's good. Okay, let's get the so these guys can now be masked, right? Because they're all on custom depth 5. So if I go to my housing art, no, of course not prop renderer, that's for sure. Placement grid sphere, and then get stencil depth. Okay, it's not gonna work apparently. Let's get this. Let's get stencil depth. Custom stencil or something like that. Please let me get the custom stencil. Custom stencil, cool. Mask the R. If that is more than 4, then be using 0 opacity, otherwise we'll be using this. Look at that. That's pretty snazzy. Cool. So it's no longer overlapping our actual actor. So we're so close to being done for the basic demo now. Let's take a look through our list. Only grid on statics, yes. Undo feature. Yeah, I do want some quality of life things, but I don't care about them right now. Create undo group, toggle grid, and collision blocking, sure. Trace complex when placing, done that. Fine edit mode, yeah, okay. So we do need to do the fine edit mode, so let's get that working. Actually, let's do the clean mode first. I think the clean mode is going to be a lot simpler. So essentially in our placement component, when we click in our input graph right now, if we don't have an actor selected, we try and find an actor. What we can do is we can ask if our housing mode get housing mode is equal to clean. Then we'll still find, well actually we'll always find the actor under the mouse, but if we're cleaning, then we're going to just destroy the actor. And if we're not cleaning, we're going to select the actor. So if we're cleaning here, I think we just destroy the actor. I actually can't remember. There's a key somewhere that's just like ia_delete, and I need to find references to that. It's over here in this graph. We're going to steal it. We're going to go put it into our input graph. Delete selected actor. So destroy housing actor, we'll do that. Actually, this is going to destroy a housing actor and finish placement, which is not what we need. We do just need to destroy the actor. There's no side effects, like this whole system then handles itself from there in terms of what needs to happen. So that should be it. So if I go controls, then go to 4 and then just start clicking, I actually do just start deleting assets. And there's actually a exploit, I suppose, in WarCraft where you can build things up into the sky and then delete the stuff under it to create like floating assets, which is pretty cool. Okay, so that's the cleaning mode at least. Now let's get the fine editing mode in. This one is going to be a long one, so I'm going to take 15 minutes. I'm going to go think about it for a bit, just take my walk around the block, and then I'll be right back.
I am back. Let's carry on. I missed a bunch of tracks though, so sorry to everyone else, but I am going to reverse this by like a couple tracks. Okay. So I want to do our gizmo stuff. I'm going to need to make some assets real quick. So if we go to the modeling mode here, we can grab a cylinder. Get a cylinder in the scene. And just ideally scale that down, although I forget exactly how. Let's get a smaller radius here. Let's go 2, maybe 3 on the radius. Let's try 50. So basically we want something that's about the length of this. A little bit longer than that. So we'll go 70 units for that bit. You can always modify this if we're not happy with it. So that'll be that shape. Then we need a cone for the top. So let's get that lined up. Okay. And then just change the size of that. So radius we'll do 5, maybe 10. And height we'll do 10, maybe 20. So that will be the top of the arrow for our gizmo. And we'll just accept that. Grab both of these and we'll move them over to 0 in the world and just go take a look at those. Just bring this up and then merge these actors with the merge tool here. So Boolean, we want to unionize them, so we'll accept that, and now we have this single actor, and then we can use the X form, edit pivot, and use the center bottom, and that will be our arrow. Now let's give this a material. So first we actually need to find the mesh, so we can delete these two, don't need those, we've got this one now. We can go and put that in our, oh, we can stay where it is, it's fine. We just need to call it something, sm underscore arrow, and then give it a material. So m underscore arrow. I just need to go and grab a reference.
Video. Hello there and welcome back to another video today.
Just checking our little video here. Don't know if it's going to give me what I need. Okay, so let's go in here and grab this material, throw it on. Let's get rid of the background. And let's create a translucent material that uses the actor. Let's use the bounds, bounding box 0 to 1. And let's get the world position. No. Position. Maybe that is it. The XYZ, right? And we want to basically get a distance from the bottom to the top. So actor scale, object scale. Don't know if that's what we need. We do need the bounds.
We need the actor position. That's one thing that we need. And then we're going to say, what's the distance from the actor's... See, this is the actor position. I don't know if this is going to work when it's part of a static mesh. Tell you what we could do. We could use a sphere mask. I think this might be more reasonable. We'll get the world position and we'll use a sphere mask to 1, 1, 1. Let's just see how this looks. Let's go 0.5. Can't remember how I was using sphere mask in my other asset. I'm just going to go take another look. Something like this. Actor position. So I actually want to invert this. I wonder if just inverting it is like this. Nope. So what I want to do is maybe 1 minus this into here. Because what I want to create is essentially it's faded at the bottom and it's opaque at the top, or more opaque at the top at least. I do want to get rid of the overlapping transparencies, so I'm just going to go and find out how to resolve that. Okay, so let's at least get some colors in here. Let's go 3, convert to parameter color, and we'll plug this in. For stats, we'll just use red. We know the base one is going to be red. We'll use a nice soft red, maybe. Yeah, something like this. And we'll have an RGB, of course. So. And let's go and make the parameter, the MIs for this. MI arrow R, MI arrow G, G, and MI arrow B. So we've got our RGB. Let's go in here and edit the color. That's interesting. I can't. Oh, I didn't turn it into a parameter. No, it is a parameter. Why can't I change it? Strange. Apply. Okay, here we go. So this is going to be the kind of soft green, and then we'll get the soft blue as well. So a nice soft blue there. Okay, so that's our arrow. That's looking pretty cool. The only issue that I want to solve is this this translucency overlap here. It's alpha blending. So option A is the most common fix, is to use masked and a dither temporal AA to fake it. So let's try that one. Dither temporal AA. We'll change the mode to masked. We'll plug this in here. And I'm assuming this is our alpha threshold. Sorry, this goes into our opacity mask. And now it's dithering on its way out, which is cheaper with the masked method. But I do get all these faceted appearance on the top end. It actually looks solid, which is not what I want. Fix it at the mesh level. Wonder why that's a pain. I tell you what, opacity should be fine. I think if I turn it to ignore depth, disable depth testing. Maybe I could also change it to like additive. I've never tried these, but remultiplied, rolled out. Huh. Okay, well we do want translucent. It's still not working though. So what we could do is make this hardness. Oh no, it's not going to work. Like, it thinks it is solid at the top. Okay, so let's try that masked approach again and do temporal. Oops, dither to the opacity mask here. Move this over and let's make this unlit. Maybe that will look a lot better. This goes into our emissive. So that's pretty cool. I think we'll just go with that. I think we're okay with that. What I do want to do is add some power and multiply into here though. Let's just go power 1, multiply 1, plug that in here like that, and then we'll actually we could play with it right now. So let's go 2 power, 3 power. That's pretty cool. Let's multiply this by 3. Let's go back down a bit on this. Go a bit up a bit. Yeah, so we just have a bit of a stronger fade from the middle, which is pretty cool. Go with that. Okay. Now let's make our gizmo actor. So we want to get 3 of these. Hopefully they'll have 3 different what do I say, material IDs, so that I can play with this a little easier. And then inside the actor I'm actually going to have a clickable centerpiece to move the entire actor in the game world. Okay, so let's try and refresh the chat here one more time and see if I can see the chat. Just in case anyone has been chatting. I'm really sorry if people are chatting and I'm not getting the messages. It kind of sucks. Okay. So we'd have these 3 materials. Let's get them set up. So blue, green, red. And when we're zoomed out, it kind of looks like that. It's a little too emissive, I would say. It's actually glowing. So I think one issue with the core material is when I'm doing this power work, it's actually oversaturating. So we call it a saturate node here. So similar to a clamp node. That's still giving us bloom. So what we could do is multiply the color by bloom. just multiply this down, hopefully. Yep, that's feeling pretty good. I like that. And then let's make our actor out of this. So if we grab these three and then go here to create a new blueprint class, we'll call this actor BP underscore gizmo underscore move. And then since we've got those three in our clipboard, we should just be able to paste them. Actually, only got two. I need to close some things down. There we go. Actor, actor, actor. Control. Well, we can go back to selection mode. 1, 2, 3. Control C. Control V. We only get two of them. That's wonderful. Let's go and go to tools. Actually, let's go to details. No, it is tools. Okay, our actor, maybe? Merge actors. Merge the source actors to generate a single mesh. Simplify. Well, yeah, we do want to do that. And we'll just keep the material IDs, hopefully. So we go housing here. UI, technically. And we'll just make a new folder called gizmos. It's just world space UI, right? Like diegetic UI, I suppose. So it's meta space UI in this case. SM underscore gizmo underscore move. There we go. So we have a whole actor for this now. And the only thing that we need to do is change the position of the pivot. Just move this down so it's actually perfectly kind of working for us there. Oh, one thing that I've realized is I'm not going to be able to click on each of these individually within the actor. So this actually isn't going to work. Let's not do this. That's not going to work, my friend. Delete. Let's go and grab everything that we've created so far and put that into a folder called gizmo underscore move. Just put that in here. And put that gizmo into our UI folder for gizmos. And then just fix up this redirector. Cool. This is going to be super duper cool. I'm excited for this. Okay, so in our gizmos, we have our actor here. Let's drag in our mesh and then just create our three axes again. Didn't work. So this will be our red one. This will be our blue one. Get one more. This will be our green as far as I know. As you see the gizmo in the bottom left here, we've got our X, Y, and Z. And one thing about this entire actor is it's actually going to be world space rotated. So this scene root here, we can't really do much about. This here, what we can do is set the rotation to world. And that way, when I put this gizmo in the world and I actually rotate the actor that it's in, nothing will happen. It just keeps its orientation all the time. So that's that. Put the start to our gizmo here. We're going to add a little cube. Just go 0.1. Put that cube in the middle there. So that's going to be clickable. Let's grab m underscore gizmo cube, I guess we would call it. And in here we don't want the dithering. We don't really need opacity in general, it just needs to be opaque. It's just going to be a cube. And in this case it's just going to be a slightly yellow golden cube. Just pop that onto this. Kind of looks a little bit ugly, I suppose. So let's go play with it. Which is just editing the defaults in this case. So we'll do that. Compile that. So that's going to be our default gizmo. Let's take a look at that in the world. So the idea is you can hover over the center element there, which would mean that we need to configure our collision on our arrows a little bit. Maybe I'll just move these out of the way. They're not actually overlapping that cube at all. That way it shouldn't really matter where I'm trying to click it from. I do want to update the curve on this dithering again, because it's still not quite there. Not quite where I want it. If I'm back here, kind of what I want is to have it low like this when it's not selected, and then something like this plus some color changes when you're hovering it with the mouse. Something like that, maybe. We'll see. Okay. So we have our gizmo. Now we need to test if we're hovering. So we've got begin cursor over here. Event called when the mouse cursor is moved over this component. So let's try that. And it said if mouse over events are triggered. So the touched component here, let's set a scalar param. Okay, let's get mesh, or I guess we could cast to static mesh component, and then set scalar on materials. And we'll set the scalar for I can't remember what I called it. Bloom. I'll call it something else. Call it glow. Select. Actually, sorry. We'll do this, and then we'll say it's 2, and then this SM arrow. Let's name these. So this is SM arrow, Z SM arrow. Score X, SM arrow, score Y. Okay. So what's the one that we were working on? The Z arrow. Okay. So let's do end cursor over, and we'll do the same thing. We'll just return it back to its default, which at the moment is 0.3. I might need to cache that, but right now we don't need to worry. We won't bother caching it right now. Okay. From here, let's test it. So if I go and put this actor in our map, for example, and just pretend it's part of this crate. So the disabled depth testing is actually not working. So that's not good. Depth. You can't disable depth on a masked material, so masked has got to go. Masked has got to go. So that's our material now. It actually doesn't look too bad with the emissive. Yeah, this actually looks fine. And then same for the cube. So let's go change the cube material. So in here, we'll just set this to translucent instead, and then disable depth is already true. In fact, it doesn't even need to be translucent. I've realized it can just be opaque. Oh no, it does need to be translucent because it needs to disable depth. Yeah, so that's why that wasn't working. So there we go. And then we're not going to get a mouse over on this because we're not actually... We're going to hit this cube before we hit this gizmo. So there's a bit of a problem there that I'll need to solve. And we'll use mouse position dot products to achieve that. For the actual gizmo itself, it's going to be a little bit more of a problem. I might actually have to do a new trace channel. I think that would actually be the best thing. So let's go into project settings to the collision and create a new trace channel here. And we'll just name this trace channel Gizmo. Gizmo. And it is ignored by default. So I don't need to worry about it anywhere. And then in our gizmo, we get our XYZ and our cube. We go to the collision properties and we click on custom. In fact, we go no collision, custom. Just click this ignore for everything. The only thing it overlaps or blocks is the test trace for gizmo. Yeah. And then this mouse over thing is probably not going to work, basically. Yeah. Which is fine, because we're going to trace for it. So let's ignore this. We can take this out and just do a selector, just do 2 or 0.3. And then we'll do on tick, we'll do get player controller, hit under mouse cursor by channel, and we'll use the new gizmo channel. And when we do that, we'll break and we'll get the hit component here. We'll cast that to a static mesh. It's just testing quickly. We'll make some functions for this afterwards. Basically turn this into a 2. That isn't working. Let's try a branch here and say, was there a blocking hit? And then when there is a blocking hit, let's do a breakpoint. Yeah, we're still not getting a hit on our gizmo. So let's find out a little bit more about why. Trace complex. Oh, these gizmos probably don't have... Oh well, firstly, it's not even tracing, so we'll use no physics collision for all 3 of these. Query no physics. Let's go to music and do this one. Okay. That was one thing, is the setup here needs to be query. Doesn't need to do overlap events. But we do need to make sure that this mesh actually has collision set up. So we'll just add box collision. Go to collision and double check that we're not using complex as simple. Just use project default. So yeah, we'll just use a cube. Make it nice and easy to hit. So we get our static and then we can make it glow. So from here we can then not glow. Let's take this off and see if we can actually use the mouse events, because that would be cool. Doesn't like that. Okay. This is simple enough. We have a function in here, set hovered axis. and we'll just use an integer, or maybe there's an axis enum. E_axis. Switch XYZ. And then in the event graph here, let's convert this to a function. We'll call this test gizmo hit. Hover, I should call it. Test gizmo hover. And one thing that we should do is know whether we should be on or not. Like, this shouldn't be ticking at all. So we'll control that somewhere else in a moment. But basically, this shouldn't move it. This shouldn't tick it by default, basically. So we'll turn it off, and then it will have its tick enabled and disabled, which will enable and disable the feature in general. So what we do now is we call set hovered axis here. And we just ask if this is equal to Z. Take, how do we want to do this? We want to take this into here. Just want to ask, is this Z? And if it is, can we do a selector? If it's equal to Z, then we use the Z key. If it's not equal to Z, it's equal to X. Or we could do it the other way around. Is it equal to X? Yes, it's X. Is it equal to Y? Then it's Y, and otherwise it's Z. And then if there's no hit, we just say none. And so if there's none, we can make an array using Z, X, Y, 1, 2, 3, and we plug these in here, do a switch, in fact we do the switch afterwards. If this is not equal to the last axis, then we will update last axis, or we could call this something better, like hovered axis. If this is not, then we do that. So first what we do is we say the axis changed, so set them all back to 0.3 and switch here. Or actually we can do a selector, so in fact actually we can get it from the array, so we'll get a copy of this based off of hovered axis as a int, which will be 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. So we'll minus 1 from it. We'll get X, Y, Z. And we'll update this one to 2. So we don't even need the switch. Just make clever use of the blueprint code there. Okay, so now it doesn't work at all because it's not ticking. Let's turn the tick on for a second so we can test it. Yeah, so it's on, off, on, off, on, off, on. It's a little finicky, but I blame my mouse pointer logic. So what I want to do is actually just make the hitbox for this a little larger. Show simple collision. I'm just going to scale it. Maybe not that much. But yeah, maybe something like this. I think it actually... I think it's tracing complex. This gizmo. Yeah, we're tracing complex here. Do you see that? Okay, that's much nicer. So yeah, we can click up and down here. Okay, so the next thing to do would be to actually click down on this and then drag it. So that'll be cool. Let's get that working. Errors here. I specifically said -1. Ah, right, yes. I suppose if this is more than or equal to 1, then we would run the next section. Okay. Alright, next up is the actual implementation. So that was the graphics. Let's go do some implementation. What we want is that this will, when active, follow the current get placement component, current housing actor, and we would get the bounds, so, yeah, the collision test bounds from this. We would use the origin. We would set actor location to this on tick, as long as we found it. We don't really care about scaling in this case. So test gizmo hover. We'll just call it update gizmo, and then we'll do a bunch of different things in here. So first is, let's put this in a function. We'll call this gizmo hover. Do a little sequencer here. Sequencer. And down here we'll do update position. And we will go begin play. Don't begin play. Get placement component. And I guess in this case on the authority, and we would say that this doesn't load on networked clients, and then we would assign movement mode. No, we need a new. What we can do is we can get the VM, get the housing VM, field notify, add a field notify here for the field current housing actor, do a custom event on housing actor changed, and then from here we'll do housing actor, and essentially if it's valid, and in there, if it's valid, set tick enabled to true, and if it's not, set tick enabled to false. And actually what we could do is make a function for this. So set gizmo enabled, set tick enabled here, set actor hidden in game enabled. If it's not enabled, then it is going to be hidden in game. And set actor collision. If it's enabled, then the actor can have collision. So here we set the gizmo to enabled when we have a clicked actor. Which for now is good enough. And what we'll do is we'll set it to not enabled by default. There we go. It's just a test, of course, and it's not actually how it works. It's actually going to be the most complex part for the fine edit move, rotate scale stuff, because it's fundamentally going to change how the inputs of other actors and assets work. In terms of like the way the left mouse button behaves and things like that. So let's get started. It's going to take a minute. That's actually not how this system should work. Let's take this block of code and just put it down here. Custom event bind to housing VM. Bind to housing VM. Pick another one of these. Okay. It's here as well. One thing that we want to do is check the housing mode. So get the housing mode. The housing mode has changed. If the housing mode is equal to edit move, then we will ask if there is an actor, and if there isn't, we'll disable the gizmo, and if we're not in edit mode, we'll also disable the gizmo. Follow that. We hit play now, go into edit mode, Q, and we have a selected actor. For some reason I can't click on this one. Oh, it's for some reason I can't click on this static mesh that's just sat in my scene. Okay, so I can click this. We shouldn't be in edit mode right now. Oh, I just deleted the actor. That's hilarious. Show message log. Get collision test balance. Yeah. Do that. Oh god, a chat message. Don't miss it. Good evening. How is the system? It's going alright. I spent a lot of time today doing a little bits of UI updates, so I can use keybinds to switch between the states in my UI now. And then I can also toggle different assets here. So we've got that. We've got like the grid here. If I turn collision on, it's always colliding against the gizmo right now, which is hilarious. Sure. And then we've got like grid snapping, so this is no grid and it's just like real smooth, and then this is with the grid. We've got the sort of like world space grid displayed through like there's like a sphere on here that has a material that projects a grid onto the world. And then we've also got like, it doesn't affect the actor that we're actually holding, like that doesn't project onto there. We use some custom stencil depths to do that. We've got the collision block that's actually not working right now, I've noticed. And I also can't drop my actor right now. So sometimes I am in the middle of actually iterating on the system, but sometimes it breaks. But we're cleaning it up into a way that should be much easier to debug. And so, for example, I should really change the collision channel of all of these to something unique. And in this case, we're just going to change it to be a destructible. Yeah, and then so when you bring a cube in, you get the overlaps here. Our collision outline isn't working right now, noticed. So I just want to go and take a look at that real quick. In our event graph, is this another input? It is another input. Put it in the inputs graph. What does this input do? Rotate. In our event graph, which again we're cleaning all this prototype up today, so it's going pretty well. We update the housing actor, we test for collision. If we're using collision, do a collision check, and then we set the highlight to true as a warning. If it is a warning, it's 1. I am getting the red when I'm hovering over it. That's interesting, it doesn't reach here. What's this? If the housing actor is not valid. Why would you say that? Of course the housing actor is valid. Wait, why do we even have a housing actor check here? Sorry, 1 second. What's going on here? We have a housing actor. Why would we ask if the housing actor is valid to change the custom depth? I don't think that that's a necessary check. And also, it's a check that's breaking the logic. There we go. So now we get the red on here as well. When it it doesn't stencil out, it's 2. God damn it. I guess I could change the material. Let's go check the material quickly. Housing system, placement grid sphere. Here we just have an if on custom stencil. If it's less than or equal to 0, this might be a bad idea. Oh, there we go. So now the grid's not on the mesh. And then I just need to... Oh. I can't hover over these arrows anymore. Oh, wait. I'm not in edit mode. That's probably why. No? Huh. What's up with that then? Yeah, so we started making the gizmo just now. Looks great how many hours we put into it. 8, 11, 15 hours so far. I think I did 7.5 on the first day, and then I did 3, so that was 10, and now I'm at 50. Yeah, and now I'm at 5.5, so 15. We're on the 15th hour right now. I want to get it done in less than 20. I think that would be a nice win. Okay, so yeah, this should really update. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Maybe I'll put a little delay in here, because sometimes these VM things that I'm listening to and then you need the selected actor. I don't know why the actor hidden in game thing isn't working though. No. We are in edit mode, move. And there is a currently selected actor. These things are all true. But that's not how we want the system to actually work. I need to go and have a break. Oh, we'll be right back. Yeah. Hello. Hello there. Hello there, weary travelers. We shall make a game today. Don't know why I'm a pirate. Sometimes that's how it goes. Okay, so we're back. We have some concepts here. Music. We're out of music. Yeah, we can only play this music. I'm actually going to change the music. Feel free to put your own music on. I am going to mute the music, and I'm going to listen to WarCraft music for a bit. Yeah. So do go play your own music. I'm going to put some music on myself. Play this. Okay. Just going to start a new recording. Okay, so where are we? We have the housing component. In here we have a set housing mode. Oh, that music is loud. In here, when we move into the move mode, which mode is this? It's the rotate mode. This is the movement mode. So to just highlight these: move, rotate, scale. Okay, so we can edit the movement. We can enter the movement mode, but we won't have an actor selected. So let's just test that quickly. This is not hiding itself by default. Gizmo. Set gizmo to false by default. So hit play. We're just in our level. If we press Shift C, we open up our tool, we press this. We don't automatically go into the last selected mode by the looks. So I think what we need to do is update one of our UI. So let's go fix that quickly because it's annoying. In our UI here, I think we have a last edit mode, and we just need to set this to nothing. So Shift C, go to, huh, interesting. Let's check that out. When we go to here, we set the housing mode here. We get the last housing mode. Okay, so if the last housing mode is equal to none, then actually we can do a selector right here. I don't like using branches very much. I like using selectors when I can. So here, if it's not equal to none, we'll just use it. If it is equal to none, we'll set it to move. Shift Z, 2. I should have highlighted this. See what we're setting the housing state to here. Shift Z, 2. We're setting the housing state to a new tag, edit move. And as long as that's not equal to our housing mode, which is currently place, then we will edit the housing mode to become the new one. And then we'll update our VM to be housing edit move. And then in our UI that listens to that, anytime I don't think we have the callbacks for this set up correctly. So yeah, I need to handle this. So at the moment, this UI isn't updating correctly, and that's going to put us into a spin. So let's make sure that we fix that. Okay, how do we want to handle this one? On housing mode changed here. Can we actually do this? Just wondering. Apparently these are toggleable, which they shouldn't be. Sorry, they should technically be toggleable. Well, let's have a look. Select here. Toggleable, no. Okay, yeah. Okay. So we don't need this, which means we technically can just turn this into a function. Just say on housing mode changed and then plug in our logic here. There we go. And then something that we want to do is update the selected states based on the mode. I need to give the click feedback. Maybe that's it. Oh, no, no, we don't need to do that. Sorry. That's just the open storage. Okay. Wait, what? Yeah, sure. That's the main button. And we set the storage to be open. And then we want to update the... Move this microphone a little bit closer so I can whisper. Hello. Hello there. Okay, so another next thing that we want to do is change the... I'm actually warm now, so I need to take this back off again. It was cold for a second. Now I've got warm again. It's like swap tartan. Tactical tartan swap. Okay. We need to set the correct button to be selected based on the state. So we can take the mode, switch on gameplay tag, add, and then change these move, rotate, scale, and then grab our move, rotate, scale buttons. Oops. We could actually make... Oh, let's just do set selected. And we won't give any sound feedback for this event because that will will already have had a sound. Yep. There we go. So then if we go to E and we come back and we go back in, we are selected in the correct state. So that's cool. Okay. Next, we need to work on this function down here, move. So when this happens, we need to change how some functions work. So we press 2 and we click on an actor. Right now, we select it and it automatically starts moving. What we want to do is select it in a way that doesn't set current housing actor here. Yeah. We can select it, but then the tick update needs to not push the actor around. So let's go to our event graph update here. We're updating the placement grid on the hit all the time, and then we're updating the location and testing the collision. We do always want to test the collision, but we don't always want to move the actor. So we need to change this. Like this. And basically ask if mode is, oh god damn it, state housing mode is equal to. If the housing mode is equal to placement, then you're allowed to move. We should always test the collision. So that's the first step. So now when we switch into this mode, we're actually moving it. And when we switch into this mode, we're just moving our mouse around. Interesting. We can't tell if we have an actor selected right now. There is no like selected state. So I think we need to do something. Maybe an overlay material. Let's go and make an overlay material. Be overlay selected. We'll use blueprintue.com to help us with that. So we'll do overlay highlight. We'll just type in overlay and see if that works. Set overlay material, overlay, miscellaneous blueprints, overlay toon shader, overlay highlight material. Let's try this. So it's not moving the world position, so I don't think that one's going to work. Yeah, so world position offset here, that's necessary. Let's try this. Opacity masking the power there. We'll just use regular opacity. Let's try translucent. Let's try that on a basic actor, sm_crate. Get crate in the scene, and then in the details, there's an overlay material that we can apply. We'll apply this overlay material. Okay, so that's what we're getting at the moment. So let's edit this. Let's just put a 1 in here. Okay, let's put 0.1. Okay. So that's what it will look like when we've got something selected, and maybe we'll change the color. Okay, let's try that. And so basically, when a housing actor gets selected, we can just call set selected on it, I think. Actually, it'll be set moving. We already have this. Set overlay material on the mesh. We can set that to null when we're not selected on it. Then in the to mode, we can pick it, and then we can click somewhere else to deselect it. And at the moment, if we click on it, we also deselect it, so we need to remove that behavior. So let's make sure that when we click, which will be in our inputs, if we currently have an actor and there is no collision, then we'll finish placement. What we want to do here, we actually want to ignore, well, let's just clean this up a bit. So if the housing mode is move mode, then we'll do one thing when we click, which will be nothing. If we're not in move mode, then that'll be fine. Okay, so let's just test that. Yeah. So if I click off an actor, that's important. So if I click and get hit under, so that would be get player controller, get hit. In fact, I should have a, whoops. Do I have a cached hit? Do not have a cached hit. I should probably get a cached hit. Let's cache this hit. If we're not clicking on our actor, then we should do something about it. We should just finish placement, basically. That works. And now we just need to yeah. So right now, if I click, it recognizes that I've clicked on my actor. But then that allows me to deselect. Shouldn't have been correct. Interesting. The actor that I'm hitting right now. I'm hitting the floor. That's weird. Okay. So maybe we will get the hit under. Okay, get player controller. Get hit under cursor by channel. Visibility. Don't trace complex. Use that. Why am I hitting the floor? I disable collision on it when I'm moving it so that I don't get hit by it. Huh. It's not good. Yeah, I'm disabling collision on the actor so that I don't start getting moved around by it all the time. So I just need to change how that works. We set actor enable collision here to false. I think what we really need to do is set response to channel pawn. Sorry, set response. Set response to channel pawn to ignore. And then we'll turn it back on after. But basically, because we were disabling collision on it, we couldn't actually click it. Okay, so let's make sure that we've still got the original. Yeah. And now if I go into the second mode, click this and click on it. Yeah, that's working as expected now. Excellent. Okay, so the next thing is when I'm dragging, it's actually moving my view as opposed to the actor. So how would we solve that? The reason that the camera is turning is because I have an input in my player controller that controls that. What I could do is if I click down on the actor, I could enable a new input action that overrides the what would I override? It would override the left mouse button basically, but the problem is I've already received a click, which is why I'm turning. So basically in here, if we get placement mouse left started, how was that? Anyway, sorry. And in our character, we're also listening to that. So let's go take a look at our character. We've got a left mouse. Well, we've got the look here, basically. We could just disable the look. I think that might be fine. Yeah, so let's try that. Let's go into our inputs. And when we're in the edit mode, in the move mode, we'll do an IA XY, I guess. We'll add that in here. IA mouse XY. Let's go rename that. IA move mouse XY. And what this is mouse axis 2D. Just go and make sure that that's set up correctly. 2D axis. That is in the move mode though. So if I enter move mode at all, I can't turn. So that was the wrong thing to do. We do want that, but we want it separately. So IA move drag. IA move XY. IA move mouse drag, we'll call it. And this will be our mouse XY axis here. And because this is on a higher input priority, it should be fine. In our set housing mode, we do this. So let's go back to inputs here. If we're clicking on our actor, then we need to add that new drag movement mode. And then as soon as this is completed, we need to remove that. Or cancelled. But we need to remove the same mapping context here. So now I can move, I can click on something, move around, and go into the second mode, click on this. I can turn if I'm over here, but if I click on this, I don't turn. And that means now when I click on this, I can drag it around. Only on the XY plane, so that should be fine. What I've noticed though is if I click off right now, I actually deselect it. And all I'm really trying to do is turn my view. I don't really want to deselect it. So there's a bit of a UX problem there. Let's fix that first before we implement the drag. So pressing down literally just stops my selection. So we started and we were not touching the actor. So that's a problem. We finished the movement immediately here. How to solve that? We would need to determine whether we're deselecting an actor when we mouse up and if there was not a drag, if there was no delta. Yeah. So what we could do is we could do this instead. So we can move it around. We can go into the second mode. We can click up and down on it. We can click over here and release, and it does this. What we can do is say, if we click down,
and turn this into a little function here, or a little macro. Is mouse over selected actor. Okay, if we click down and the mouse is over our selected actor, then we would want to add the mapping context. Add drag if clicking on selected actor in move mode. Allow drag, I should call it. And then if you mouse up and you're still hovering your selected actor, then that's fine. We don't need to do anything. But if you've moused up over your selected actor and branch, I guess it would be the delta between the last time you pressed and the time you're pressing now. So get mouse position. In viewport and promote this to a variable mouse down position. So when we start, we're just going to cache that. And then we'll get the delta minus the mouse down position. We'll just get the absolute, or we can get the length. Get the absolute. We can say, hey, if that was more than a certain value, just like, doesn't really matter, we'll just say 10. Or even just 1 if there was a drag. We might need to tweak that. Basically, I could turn this into a return. So collapse the function did drag. It's a little helper. Don't know why I would use a function for that. It's obviously a macro. No one's going to override it. But it is a handy function. So did drag. Do a little bool in there, right? So if you mouse up and you're not over the actor, did you do a drag? If you didn't, finish placing the actor. Let's go Shift Z2, pick on this. I move my mouse around, I let go, I don't deselect the actor, I just tap, and I do deselect the actor. So that's cool. It's just for those times where you're like, oh, I just need to deselect it. Cool. So now when we're clicking on it and we drag, we need to actually update the position. So what we can do is we'll take this delta. Actually, no, we won't. No, we won't. We will take the IA move drag here, which is a 2D vector. And we'll use that in our update function.
So in our event graph, we have a tick that says if we're currently in placement mode, we can move the actor. What we could actually do is we could do a switch here, because this might change a few things. But basically, the first state is, hey, are we in placement mode? And it's like, yes. It's like, okay. Up, move actor to mouse position. And then the second case that I want to handle is movement. So if we're in movement mode, we want to get the mouse drag and we want to lerp the actor's position. Similarly with the snapping, let's find out how we end up. So drag XY only. Okay, so it's asking for the hit position of the cursor, which is fine actually. We can do that. We just don't want to use the Z of that hit. So what we can do is get the actor location here and break out the Z component. And when we're creating our target, we can make a make a vector, sorry. We can take the Z component from here. We can break the target from here. This is our desired location. Let's see how that looks. So we are moving and we haven't released. So lots of things happened there that we didn't expect. Could probably do IA drag is length. Because drag is only on when we want it to be. So as long as this is more than 0, then we'll allow the drag. I wonder why that's not working. Although I haven't had much luck with these lately. I just want to print to see if this is ever more than 0 and I'm using it wrong. Sorry, just rearranging. Okay, so let's just print this on tick. See what's going on with this variable. Let's give it a tag. Okay. So yeah, the X and Y for that axis are never updated. So that's no good. Let's make a new function here. Set dragging. Dragging, put a variable in here, dragging. And then let's do a branch off of here. Do set dragging to true. Then I can't remember when we remove it, basically. I don't know if we're ever removing it right now. Are we ever removing? I think we're supposed to set dragging to false here. Because we do want to remove this input at some point. Okay. And if we didn't do that, yeah, we lose it forever. Cool. So let's put these in drag, little drag folder. Okay. So now that we know that we're dragging, in our update actor location here, we can use that. So now we can move it around. It should be able to go beyond, like as far, like you should just be able to keep going. And so what I'm going to do is instead of using the hit position here, I'm going to get my own position. Get position on plane. Get location plane. Point on plane. Project point to plane. The point is get player controller mouse to world plus this multiplied by a float of 20,000, let's say. And then from here, that's the point. We're just projecting it out into the world. The plane normal is upwards, and the plane base is the actor's what's the actor location, basically. So that's where our location is gonna come from. We're gonna ask if we can snap the grid on this actor. We're gonna use this logic to power the movement. So we can move it around like normal, press 2, and then it disappears into infinity. Could do is maybe just multiply this so that we just have the Z. I can see it all the way like over there somewhere. I'm doing something wrong with the mouse position to world space. Oh yeah, because it's projecting a point all the way over there, and then it's going upwards. Intersection. Line plane intersection. The line start is my world location, and the line end is this location. And the plane is make a plane from a point and a normal, and the point is the actor, and the normal is up. So it's this intersection that we care about when we intersect on that plane. So now if I drag on this, we're moving, yeah, and we can move outside, which is cool. Which is like our reference is how that works. Yeah, there's a problem with this. Well, there's two problems really. Doesn't seem to look correct. If I'm honest. So when we let go of the mouse, it doesn't stop. Yeah, it's not moving to my mouse position. Am I? It's almost like it's just offset. Why? Why is it offset? Two seconds. So it is a little offset. I need to do a trace. Hey, Cluedos, how's it going? Forgot to add world location to line end. Yeah, I think you might be right. We're doing a line start from my camera's position to a line end at 0. Yeah, you're right. We're at that 6-hour line. And I'm like doing traces wrong. We've done 1,000,000 traces. And sometimes we like to not do traces. We like to do intersection math. Thank you. Let's take a look at that then. Oh yeah, thanks very much. That saved me another next 20 minutes of headache. Now my mouse is not down, but I'm still, my mouse button's not down, and it's just stuck to my mouse. So we need to go and resolve that. And in fact, it doesn't matter how many times I click. I'm not allowed to let go. So let's have a look at the inputs. When the mouse is released, If we're over the actor, let's try this. If we're not over the actor, or we did a drag, then we should finish placement and stop dragging. Although that does kind of suck, actually, because it's just going to release the actor from the selected pool, but well, that doesn't work. Let's Control Z that a bit. They are engine pure nodes, the intersect ones. Yeah, you got like line intersect node is pretty handy for what I'm doing here, which is I want to move something on an XY plane, and I don't want to use traces, right? I just want to be able to fly it off into the distance. And then you've got stuff like God, where is everything? You've got stuff like point on plane, project point to a plane. So you can say I have a world point somewhere, and I just need to project that onto a plane in any direction, actually. And this one's also any direction. Make plane from point and normal. These two be awesome for a little short that tells people about these ones, because these are pretty hidden. These are pretty hidden, but super handy for vector math. So yeah, they're pretty hidden. Cancel and complete. When I release my mouse key, if we're not hovering our guy, as long as we didn't do a drag, we can do this. Okay. If we are hovering our actor and we did do a drag, then we should stop dragging. So it doesn't work straight away, but it does work here. And then I release the mouse and it stopped moving, so that's perfect. Okay, so we've got the first function of our gizmo thing sorted, though we're not actually hovering on these guys yet, so we need to do that next. I've got a trace coming from somewhere and I need to get rid of it because it's pissing me off. Mouse hit info? Yeah, there we go. Turn that off. Cool. So we drag one of these in, drag one of these bad boys in, drag one of these guys around, get some collisions, turn the collision off, turn the grid off. Can't place it down, move the stack, move that stack. Leave the game, come back to the game, see that it works, add another client. That's pretty cool. Play the game with both clients. Very cool. Yeah. Not going too bad. 15 hours in so far. 16 hours now. Almost 17. Actually, we're almost at 17 hours. We've got 3 more hours, and then we want to clean it up, wrap it up, stick it on LinkedIn. It's an interesting proof that a lot of, I think the story that I'm going to tell isn't, look at me, I made this in 20 hours. It's so many more of the hours are spent in iteration and design thinking and UX design and research and coming up with the way it works. And this proves it, right? Like, you can build something in a couple of days if you know all of the answers in front of you and they're laid out and you're copying it. But to do that in a day job is testament to the amount of time that goes into UX design. Because obviously it can take time, and of course, art. There's so much more stuff, I imagine. Art and sound design and all that. Okay, so the next thing, now that that's working, there's one bug right now where if I do the 2 key and I click and I drag, it didn't recognize that I entered drag mode because I didn't have the input yet. So let's go to our set mode and just double check what the options are in here. Make. Yeah, so I think I need to tick that box. Nope, not true. Maybe that was the wrong one. Housing move. Housing edit. Might be this one. It wasn't that one, but I just found another bug. It's not that, but also I found another bug, which is if you just click down on an actor and then start turning without ever letting go of the mouse, you just start turning. Because technically, yeah, that input is still down. That's annoying. Okay, so at the moment on these inputs, when we click down, if we're in edit mode and the mouse is over our actor, then we set dragging to true. Get player pawn. Set ignore. Sorry, player controller. This is all a local server side system, so set player controller. No, get player controller. Get player controller. Set ignore look input, and then we'll do reset ignore input flags, or is it just reset look input? There we go. So we'll take these and we'll put them in here, at which point we don't really need the mapping context. Just set the ignore input to true, and then we just stop ignoring the look input. I believe that didn't work. What? Set dragging. Find references by name, set dragging. Let's put some prints in here. Print. Ignore. Print. Restore. Okay, go to 2. Click. Click. Now it's ignored. Click. It's interesting. Okay. What am I missing? Is the housing mode equal to the edit mode? Yes, it bloody well is. But you don't yet have a selected actor. Yeah, that's funny. Need to literally wait. Well, we should just do next tick. There's a race condition. Race with selection. Wait for selection. Okay. Kidding me? I'm pretty sure I'm right. So I'm going to use 0.2 seconds. What? What is going on there? It's not true. Oh, because it runs down this path. And if you're not in mode clean, it sets the current housing actor, and then it just inputs branch. I guess. Yeah, I've been looking at this wrong the whole time. If you have an actor and you click down and you are not, and you are over the actor, then you are dragging. What we need is if you didn't have an actor selected and then you select one and then you're in the edit move mode, then you're also dragging. So yeah, that's the bug that I need to fix at some point. There we go. So I should. Oh, it's not going to let me. I can't just click on another act. Look at that. Look at that. That's disgusting. Might need to turn that one off. Okay, so this works fine, but I can't just click on another actor because if I mouse down and I have a selected actor and we're in this mode, are we hovering our actor? No. Then I would need to try this. Okay, let's try it. Drag, drag. No, drag, click. Well, how have I got two selected actors right now? Oh, because I didn't ever unselect the last one. Click. Okay, if the selected actor is valid, then I would need to finish selection, finish placement. I would then need to select the new actor, and then I would need to start dragging. Oh yeah. That works great. Oh, what's the problem? Why is that not working? These guys don't have collision. Oh. Yeah, they don't have collision so that you can't get hit by them. Just hide inside here. Yeah, because this is selected. These guys don't have collision. So I need to go to the housing actor. Go for each of these. Guessing they're not. Yeah, cast to housing actor. And use the mesh. Awesome. Plug this in here. Plug this in here. Get rid of this. Hands are getting jittery now. Plug this in here. This up. Okay. And I need to do the same in the opposite direction over here. Okay. I suppose I could turn this into a function. So just call it set pawn collision. And when we are moving the actor, we ignore pawn collision. And when we're not moving the actor, we block pawn collision. Done. It's a lot cleaner. Okay. Now then, I should be able to hover these. Cool. Move them. Move this one. Choking me. Why is this stuck to my mouse this time? I don't know how I got into that state. I just clicked on it. Click. Click. Yeah, if you release with your mouse over it, it breaks it. Okay, what's that scenario? Something I'm not looking at there. If you mouse up and you are over your selected actor and you did do a drag, set dragging to false. Means it shouldn't move anymore. What? If you just tap on it. Are you over the actor? Yes. Did you drag? No. I didn't drag. I just tapped on him. Tap. Is it over? Yes. Drag. Oh no. I don't know what the problem is. I can't see the problem by just looking at the code. I need to add a bunch of debug lines. The repo step is pretty simple. You click on the actor, you can move your mouse, you click on him again, and now he's stuck to your finger. I think we're coming in. We do have an actor. We are in move mode. It's a move over selected actor. And I think for some reason it's dropping down into here. Nope. The only way it could be stuck to my... Actually, in what way is it stuck to my mouse? I suppose that's an important distinction. It's definitely in drag mode. Let's just do... Don't need these. Actually, get rid of that and that. Do not need it. Oh, fine, it's still being used. Okay. I need to do a stack trace here. Click. Okay. click, and now it's stuck. So let's go take a look at the stack. An input action for place mouse left. Set dragging to true. And references by name. Oh, is is mouse over selected actor? Yes. Then start dragging it. And then when you release, you didn't drag. I think just anytime you release, you should stop dragging. There we go, fixed it. Does it consider drag while it moves towards your finger location? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. Finger. Oh, I fixed it, by the way. I don't know if you're trying to help me fix it, but I fixed it. The problem was that I had a branch here that asked if I was dragging. When I release the mouse, I need to stop dragging in both these scenarios, but I had this condition blocking this. So you were releasing the mouse whilst over the actor, but you did not do a drag. In fact, so yeah, I'll just Control Z. Here, the condition was just saying if you release the mouse whilst over the actor, and as long as you did a drag, then we can stop dragging. Which is wrong. I think what I meant to say was I mean, I guess, yeah, in my head I was like, if we're currently dragging, we should stop dragging. Yeah. So now I just had to get rid of that, and then it's like 1, 2, 3, and then click, 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 click. I can just click it as many times as I want now. It's not gonna break. It's basically performing a click with no drag was the problem. Okay, so that's that mode. And then our normal mode, it actually goes up into the walls and stuff. You can do this. You can turn the collision thing off to allow you to do that. So for anyone interested, I am going to be selling this entire system on the marketplace like next week. That's going to be a fun one to get approved. Mainly for the fact that I have no bloody artwork. I can't sell this artwork, so I could pay someone for artwork. But yeah, rather than watching through the videos and trying to back engineer all the things that I had to go back and forth on, you just go get the pack, which is part of my Loki game dev stuff, which is why I'm doing this on the weekend, by the way. I'm doing this as me. This is just my thing that I've been building for fun. And I really want to go and play World of Warcraft tonight, so hopefully we'll get to go do that. It's just to be able to stand on all these, and as soon as you pick it up, you just fall through it because you're not allowed to interact with that. Okay. Now we should get the lines working. So I think we've got most of that working. I'm not able to push to Git right now, which is a shame because I don't have the right project. But we need to get the gizmo move working. We know when we're hovering the gizmo. We've got this update gizmo here, and when we're hovering it, we set the hovered axis. So we know what the hovered axis is. And then from there, we could do something like IA underscore placement, mouse left. Collapse this. Should really just turn this into a function library check. Let's go make a function library check for this. Core function library is in housing mode. Is housing mode equal to query mode? Turn. Pure. Compile. Close. Go back to where we were. Is in housing mode. Move. Cool. So over here, if you're in the movement housing mode, then and we click, we just need to know if we're clicking on this to some degree. I need to have a break. I need to buy a break. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, we're back. This water. Okay, so fine, edit mode, move, rotate, scale mode, and gizmos is the top item at the moment. We are currently setting it up so that we can click on this gizmo actor that appears in the game when we enter our movement mode. Oh, that's not good. If we're not selecting anything and then we click, it immediately enters drag. Yeah, should fix that first. Okay, let's go fix that. When we enter and we don't have an actor and we do a click, we are in edit mode and we immediately enter drag. We should enter drag after we've had some decent delta, basically. So what I'll do is I'll say if there is a selected actor, we're in edit mode. We're in our inputs here, so we'll do IA and just I think it's look in this case. It's just the mouse 2D axis. If the length of this is more than 0, well, we'll give it some give. We'll do 0.2. Whilst this is ongoing, if we're in edit mode and dragging is false, then we will enter edit mode. Enable. I got this microphone in the way of my keyboard. Enable drag after delta. Okay, so demoing that one more time. When we go into this mode and we click, then oh come on. Okay. God damn it. All this should do is set my input mode to true. Yeah, okay, sorry. That was wrong. Oh no, it does set dragging. Okay. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Actually, this is easy. This is easy. Right. Go back to inputs. Control Z all that. I don't even need to control Z all that. I just take this and this. Put this back where it was. Get rid of all this. And I go to our update and I say, if you're dragging and IA underscore looks length. Oops, length is more than the threshold. Be like 0.2. Then update the position. Okay, demo. So where we're at, so we can enter edit mode and then we can drag. Oh, come on. Get mouse. Okay, well, might have to do it this way. Get mouse Y. This add this is more than 0, 0.2. Cancel. Why can't I use this? The blueprint is not an actor and therefore The target must have a connection. You're kidding me. Because this is a component, it can't get this X and Y. That's ridiculous. This should still have input. I don't know why it doesn't. Let's have a quick look. No, I already deleted it. I already deleted the input. We do not have an override for looking. All we've done is we've disabled look input. That's so bizarre. Well, okay, so does this work? Oh, wrong look. Wrong look. I bet you it's the wrong look. IA underscore look. IMC default. Look is a mouse 2D axis. Okay, I'm gonna try something one more time. When we're in move mode, let's get a new input mapping context. IMC underscore housing move drag. I get this IA underscore move drag. It's going to be a 2D axis. It's going to live inside of this IMC IA underscore move drag. It's going to use a 2D axis XY mouse axis. It's going to be applied when, so here we go, drag, IA move drag. When this is, I guess it's triggered. Maybe that was the problem. Let's try this. IA look. Maybe I was using the wrong thing. I was using the wrong thing. So now the move vector is updating. And what we can do is just put that in there. Then try so it says when it's more than 0, right? Update here, more than 0.2. Yeah, I was just using the wrong thing. However, we don't want to assume someone's inputs, I suppose. So we do want to use our own one. So we'll use that. Get rid of this. That's the look delta. In fact, we can now try IA move drag. Oops. IA move drag. This, put this in our update. Length. Put that in there. When we set dragging here, let's grab this. And add move drag. Then remove move drag. Doesn't work. How crazy is that? However, we can still try and use this one. Yep, that works. So for some reason, these values just haven't been working for me for this entire project. These pure values for input actions. I have no idea why. But that does work, and it keeps it in our system, so that's cool. We're not like using the look inputs from the default project. Okay, which also means I might be able to not mess with the look input because we're just overriding. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we technically don't need these. I'm just gonna put them down here and just put hold on them. Just keep it out of the way. Just in case that comes back to bite me later. Okay, so I still need to get this gizmo clickable. So this is the last one now. So when I enter this move mode, I want to be able to click on this or this. And this needs to take precedence. If I'm hovering over it, it needs to take the input on there rather than the actor right now, which just moves. So, how do I do that? I know I'm highlighting on it at least. When I click here, it's technically not a clickable actor. Let's try event graph, actor begin. Not cursor over. Actor clicked, on actor clicked. We'll just do a print here. Maybe I need to enable click events. Not getting clicks on there. I'm wondering if those click events require visibility to be true, and I think it does. So basically when we left mouse, this is where we need to do a trace get hit, get player controller hit under cursor by channel gizmo. Trace complex or not, doesn't really matter. Actually, sorry, what I could say is just switch on the axis, or rather, as long as the axis is not equal to none, then we would want to player controller here, reset look input here. Cancel or complete. Ignore look input here. Okay. Z. 2, click. Then. Okay. Huh. Hmm. Oh, it doesn't have input. It doesn't have input. That's fine. Enable input. So gizmo enabled. Enable input. Okay. Yep. Cool. So that's working as I'd hoped. Okay, so from here, get the IA drag. Because what we'll do is we'll call this set dragging gizmo. Oops. Put a little boolean in here. Set dragging gizmo to true. Share. Here we'll set dragging input to false. And then after that, since now we have this dragging bool, and I believe that when we turn on the gizmo, we set the tick to enable. We have update gizmo here. Update the position here. Updates the position of the gizmo, that's fine. New one here that is update drag basically. Branch, tick, dragging. Then we just need to calculate the delta from wherever your mouse was to wherever your mouse now is, and only on the axis that you are affecting. to set to location to a make vector. We get the hovered axis. We can select float from here. 1, 2, 3. And then we can get the housing actor. Get actor location. Break this. Okay. If we're moving on the x-axis, that's what we're calculating, but we don't want to move the yz. If we're moving on the y-axis, we want to keep the xz, and if we're moving on the z-axis, we want to keep the xy. And then we're going to otherwise do the rest there. Is mode. I think the mode already changes. Take it, yeah. No, the mode already changes. I think it's fine. Okay, so that sorts us out partially. Just need a new function, get drag position. It's the same logic that we used for the intersect for the actor position here. So it's literally all of this same logic, plus the grid snapping, plus the interp speed, plus the vinterp. So let's copy all of that. Public. Why can't I get grid to snap position? Oh, I'm looking. Okay, grid. Snap position. Snap. What's going on here? Side drag position. Let's plug that in. Here. Drag all these over. Okay. And then, yeah, that should actually be it. L desired position break. X, Y, Z, hopefully. Oh, we do need to. I realize that we're doing this on the wrong. That's not great. It's not giving me the housing actor scoped version of get grid snap. Is it keep trying to give it me for the housing component? Hell? Oh, because it is part of the housing component. There we go. Okay. And then plug that in here. What should really do? Event graph, bind to housing VM, promote this to a reference. Although the getter for it is pretty simple. It's just get a pure thing, get a pure. It's not that bad, to be honest. I'm not going to overcomplicate things. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to move my mouse. It's going to get the position on the XY plane from the drag position here. Instead of using this hovered axis. Because what we need to do is say essentially shoot a line to a plane. Shoot a line onto a plane. And the plane is an interesting one. I guess we could do a selector in here. If we're moving it in the X and Y, it's just up. If we're moving it upwards, then we need to get that point on a plane that is looking at us. Basically, we want to get a point on a grid in that way. The normal of the plane is the forward vector of our camera. Let's try that. I've lost that chest forever now. It's literally locked outside. Okay, so that position is just not working. We wanted to get the player's line, start and end, on a plane that is the target's actor location. Make plane from point and normal. I mean, we could just use world 0, 0. No, we need to use the actor. It's 1. Then here we're always using the Z. So I actually don't want to do this. I'm going to ignore all this interp stuff for a second and just plug it straight in. I literally can't turn because I've disabled move input. Yeah, that's not going to work. This concept here sucks. It's trying to move it. Well, that's conflicting. I need to get my debugger open. Update position and just do some debugging here. It's actually considered as dragging. It didn't mouse down on the actor. If you do a mouse down and there's no actor, can you find an actor? If you're not in cleaning, set the current actor. I mean, we already have a selected actor. So then we just say, if your mouse is over the actor, which it's not, then we will find another actor under your mouse position. So that's what's happening. I suppose I can just look at this. What? Okay, so the two types of drag are conflicting. When I click on a gizmo, receiving hits on the selected actor. is mouse over gizmo. Need a variable for move gizmo. Move gizmo. We're just going to delete the one out of the world, and we're just going to spawn it. Gizmos. And hit the edit gizmos, move the gizmo. Is mouse over gizmo. Okay. If the mouse is started and we have a selected actor, then we don't want to really do anything if we're hovering a gizmo. Just using the intersection, so this should be fine. Okay. Oh, it's because we're hovering it. Yeah. And then we're not hovering it. We'll get this working, and then I'm going to clock off. But we're going to get this one thing working, and we're going to change this name of this task. Find edit move. Do fine edit rotate and fine edit scale. So currently working on the move. Then we do need the material swapping UI and the tag based categories. Only grid on statics. We already did that. Why is everything placement materials, grid line material, placement collision? Sorry. I know you can't hear the sound. Advanced transform mode. Yeah, we started doing that in colorize mode. What is that? Okay, let's get this fixed. Last issue now is that when you begin the movement, it shifts, staying wherever it is until you move, and then sort of taking the delta. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to track the delta instead of using the raw hit values. So in here, I'm going to get this position on this plane. I can actually still use all of this. Just get rid of click point. Actually, we will need click point, won't we? But yeah, in here, when we set dragging, we're going to need to cache the original position. Okay. That becomes the click point. And then in the update gizmo, take this minus point to get the delta. To add these together. That's what we snap. Be this or that. Really good at it. Awesome. That's it for tonight. We are done. It's a late one. This should wrap this up. Just going to throw this line intersection function in here. I'm just going to take this actor location from here. Put this in here, delete these. Clean this graph up. And we're done. Play. Awesome. I broke it. Okay, sure. Sorted.
Awesome, man. That's fucking sick. Okay.
Makes me happy. I might just carry on then. That didn't take too much longer. I've just got to do the rotate gizmo, the scale gizmo. Need to stop interacting with camera traces. It's moving actors, but that's fine. Don't have to worry about that right now. I always found it's at these really sharp angles that the game doesn't know how to push and pull. You start getting this because you're moving it on a plane that's really thin, basically.
Go do the rotate gizmo another day. Alright. That's me for tonight. Thanks for watching. It's been 8 hours of absolute grind.